So go ahead and hopefully you had time now as I talk to get comfortable. If not, just go ahead and finish getting the body comfortable, allowing yourself to be relaxed. A simple way to actually help the body to relax is to close the eyes, but also allow yourself to stay awake. Tell yourself this is a time to wake up, not to fall asleep, because I know the body's used to falling asleep when we close our eyes. But this is a time to let the body relax, but allow the consciousness to wake up so that we become more aware of the soul, the divine, living, loving essence of who we are. And that our inner senses become more awake and aware. So we have that inner clairvoyance, clairaudience, that inner vision and hearing. And those inner senses, even of feeling, even tasting and smelling. Just to allow yourself to relax. And so an easy way to assist this process is just to focus on your breath to begin. Just follow your breath as it moves in and out of your lungs. And notice as you follow the breath, the body just naturally starts to relax. You may even feel a tingling or a calming sensation, where you find yourself coming to a greater place of peace. And now we're going to add another component to that, where we start to visualize an inner light, the top of the head, the upper forehead, this place we call the spiritual eye, the spiritual door. You can just visualize a golden white or a purple light just right above your head. And as you breathe in, I want you to visualize that light coming down from the top of your head and just riding upon that in-breath, coming down into your head and just continuing on through the body. So just find yourself breathing it in, and maybe it comes down as far as the heart level. And then as you exhale, just continue seeing this inner light move on down through the rest of your torso, through your legs and out the bottoms of your feet and out through your hands and arms. So again, just visualize that inner light, whether golden, white, or purple. On the in breath, see that light coming in from above your head, down through your body, about halfway through. And on the exhale, see that light just continuing down through the rest of your body and out your hands and feet. So breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in the light and breathe out the light. Just continue doing that for a few more moments. Again, just allowing your breath to be natural. We're not trying to make it any different. Just at your own rhythm and pace, breathing in and breathing out that inner light. As you continue doing this, at some point you'll notice that this movement becomes one flow where it's not starting or stopping. That it just becomes a flow, a continuous movement from above your head, down through your body, and out through your hands and feet. Just keep breathing in and out until it becomes just a one flow, just a natural, gentle, loving movement of that inner light and your breath. As you're doing this, just allow your awareness to expand. Notice the peace, the loving. Notice how this inner light moves in you as well as around you. Maybe you're starting to notice it expand beyond your body, but still in this movement, much like a river, and you're simply in the river, but that river is flowing in you and through you as well as around you, just permeating all of your beingness. Just keep breathing in and out, maintaining that awareness on the breath and the inner light. Just holding that focus. And just notice any other sensations as that light moves in you and through you. You may be aware of tingling, a heat or a warmth or a coolness. Or maybe like that quickening, like a chill or the chicken skin type of feeling. Or simply just a peace and relaxation. If you find yourself starting to doze off, just refocus right at the seat of the soul, the top of the head there. That spiritualized center, for this is the doorway by which we allow that light of spirit to move in and through us. But we have to invite it, for it does not impose. So we have to invite God's loving in us and around us to lead us and guide us, to awaken us, and to bring us home. Well, let's just do that as a prayer, as an invitation. I'm going to put out some words and you can follow along, or if you have any of your own. So, Lord God, just now we open to receive all of your love and your light, your blessings and grace, as we breathe it in and we breathe it out. We just open to receive that which you have to share with us as the giver of life, to bring us into and through and in all those experiences you wish for us to experience, for our greater awakening, our greater understanding, to experience that which you have in store for the fulfillment of our journey, as you wish to live in us and through us. And we invite you to go before us, just clearing the way, assisting us in letting go of any and all distractions, any disturbance, any reactions that would pull our attention away from focusing on you. And we always do our part and looking to you and making you first in us and around us, that we always ask for your light and loving to live and express within us and through us to others, that we may see the truth of who you are within ourselves and all of your creation. For herein is the blessings and the fulfillment of loving and returning to loving. And we always ask for your guidance as we look to you, and that we're open and willing to not only receive, but to do our part in taking responsibility to learn and to grow upon this journey of life, not only physically, but through all the different many realms and levels that our soul may awaken and experience all that we're to experience for our and your greater fulfillment, ultimately returning home into your very heart. And for all this, we do give our thanks. Amen. And so now, we're going to add one more component now, as we've been breathing in and out this inner light. Now we're going to begin to bring forward the inner sound. We've been in a place of receptivity and letting go. And now we're going to move into the action of giving and sharing. And so we're going to begin to give and share our loving to God directly. So just once again, bring your attention to the seat of the soul, and looking upwards to that inner spiritual sky, to that inner light above your head, whether it appears as a golden white or a purple. And at this point, you may notice the actual living presence. But if you're not aware or cannot see just yet, just continue to visualize that inner light. But when the real living presence shows up, just relax and observe and begin to share your loving. So now see your breath moving inwards and upwards, breathing out towards God, and seeing your own inner light moving towards God, knowing that you're sharing your loving with God through your breath, through your soul's light. And now we're going to add that sound, that original name and voice of God, as God spoke and there was light, the light of our soul. And so we're going to speak that sound, the hue, H-U, that sounds as hue or who, who. So now as you breathe in, to see that inner light building at the seat of your soul. And on the exhale, you're going to chant either out loud or silently within the hue or the who, and see your inner light going upwards towards that very source that may appear as an inner sun, or just a sense of knowing where that presence of God is above, in the very center of the center of the center. Just trust and know. So again, breathe in and allow your inner light to lift up and gather at the seat of the soul. And then as you breathe out, chanting or singing the hue. And as you do, just see that inner light going upwards now towards God. so that God can now receive your loving as you have received God's. So we are simply reversing the movement of that river of loving, where you now share with God. So breathe in and let your inner light come up to the seat of the soul, and breathe out, seeing that light and chanting the hue, so that the light and sound together move towards God. So just continue doing this now, breathing in and breathing out, chanting the hue and sharing your loving with God. Just continuing, breathing in and breathing out, chanting the hue, seeing your loving going to God. Just staying present, continuing sharing your loving with God. As you continue doing this, allowing your awareness to expand, just becoming more aware of that movement of light and sound and movement of loving. And so now, just bring your attention back to the seat of the soul, and just let go of the chanting and the visualizing. Just returning back to holding your attention inwards and upwards at the seat of the soul, letting go of the focus on the breath, letting go of the focus on chanting and visualizing. Just coming present at the seat of the soul. And now just gather your attention here and just observe. Just observe, looking through that spiritual eye into that inner sky. Even if it's just dark, just observe, gazing into this inner sky. Or you may be watching the inner light, often appearing as a golden white or purple, or even a blue and pink. Just hold your attention, observing not doing anything other than just observing. Just observe and see what you become aware of. So watch and listen, feel and know. Just allow your awareness to awaken, that inner knowing, become aware. Be aware of that divine presence, any inner knowing or sensations that come with it. This is also a state of receptivity, of watching and listening and receiving. When you're ready, you can once again begin chanting the hue. Just take in a deep breath, and on the exhale, you begin. And as you chant the hue, once again, share your loving with God. So now we're going to move into a time of silence. And you can just go at your own pace of sharing your loving with God and chanting the hue, seeing the inner light. And at your own pace, when you're ready, you can come quiet. And once again, just observe and be receptive. So just back and forth for this period of time, we're silent, of giving and receiving, of observing and awakening, just allowing the loving to expand and move however it moves, letting go of any control, just being present and accepting what is. Once again, holding the attention at the seat of the soul. Just focus upon that sound of the hue. And once again, just begin chanting that hue silently or out loud. As you once again moving into sharing your loving with God. And just seeing your inner light going back to the source as you sing and chant the song of love, of the hue. So just do that a few more times. On the in-breath, you can actually see God's loving coming back to you. So you just breathe in God's love, receiving. And when you breathe out, chant the hue and share your loving with God. So just breathe in and breathe out this loving until it becomes one movement between you and God. As you continue this inner process, just be aware of that loving stirs and moves within you. Whether you see that inner light, whether you feel that pressure or sensation on the forehead or the top of the head. And as you listen, if you hear the inner sound, the hue, maybe the hue is being sung or chanted back to you as well, or other inner sounds such as music or sounds of nature. Just observe, listen, and watch, and be aware of the feelings and that inner knowing. When you're ready, you can stop chanting and stop breathing in and out that light and just return to a state of observation, of just watching and listening, letting go of the focus on the breath as well. Just watching and listening, that movement of loving. Just be aware as that inner light begins to bring you more present at the seat of the soul, and how it fills the body and gives it life. So be aware of that light of loving now just filling your body, where that divine spark is ignited in every cell and every atom. Just bringing loving and life to the body on every level, as well as your thoughts and feelings and imagination. But do this all from a place of observing from the soul of who you are, by just maintaining that inner focus at the top of the head and the forehead. at the seat of the soul. As you feel complete or stirred, more present and awake, you're welcome to open your eyes if you wish. Oh, okay. That's kind of powerful, meditating that way. I haven't done one like that in a while.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of really energizes things. It's a nice way to really build the power of the name, as we'll often call it, that inner power of loving. I mean, I feel it almost like pulsating an energy up here. And that's a good thing, obviously. And it obviously energizes things when we also bring in the breath, the physical breath with it. So we're, in a sense, physicalizing. It's a way to, if you want to say, spiritualize the physical body as well, to just energize it. But also it actually assists us into really becoming more aware and building up the soul's loving here at the seat of the soul. It's all where we focus, because we can, really focus anywhere we want. I know a lot of people focus like on the heart chakra just to expand their loving here, which is great, but that's still a loving really more of the world and sharing. It's got compassion and caring. And that's a wonderful thing we want to have while we're living in the world and expressing, obviously. But truly, that loving even comes from the higher source, from our own soul. And so in ILM, we focus at the soul and into the soul and then into God, because really the soul is that presence, that beingness, that essence of God in expression. And that's who we are, is that God in expression. And that's really the focus we want to hold as we really live, not only our life physically. We have a saying in here, Jim's always said for years, God first and God only. So we wake up to God in meditation for God first, but then God only. We want to really now allow that essence of God's loving to live in us and through us, and God only in all that we do, all that we express. So we really, through this practice, begin to live it in a continuous circle, if you will, where a lot of times people heard of like the circle of life. Well, the real circle of life, a lot of times people focus on like the physical life, like birth and death and even reincarnation, and it just keeps, recreating. That's not the life we're talking about here in ILM. Okay, that goes on. That's about evolution and reincarnation, the law of karma, cause and effect. But we want to focus on the higher circle of life with the soul, with God. And that's the focus here we're doing in ILM. This is what is always taught on the path of sound and light. This pathway is the final step of the soul's journey through the physical creation, not just through this planet and the human experience, through the whole physical creation. And that means the physical world or the physical universe, the astral or the imagination, the emotional or the what we call the causal, the mental, the mind, and even the unconscious, or we call the etheric. That's all the physical creation of time and space. That's all about evolution and the soul's journey of experience, and this aspect in the Garden of Eden called the tree of knowledge, tree of good and evil. It's a lower reflection of the higher truth, as above, so below. So at some point when we're ready, as we've gone on this wheel of reincarnations, as it called, the circle of life in the physical creation, we're going to have experienced enough on all the different spokes of the wheel, if you will. This is what astrology is about, by the way. Astrology, all the 12 houses and everything, it's on a wheel. And like every wheel, though, there's a center point and there's spokes that go out to the rim of each aspect on this wheel. So astrology and all that is the wheel of 84, the wheel of reincarnation, the wheel of life, and this physical creation. But again, it's just a lower reflection of really the greater spiritual creation. And that's where we want to focus. And we will be drawn toward, any soul will be drawn towards this path of sun and light when the soul has experienced now, going through all the houses, if you will, with astrology and all the signs, and start to be drawn back to the center of the circle through those spokes to come back to center. And at that center, well, that center exists right here, what we call the seat of the soul. The seat of the soul is the center of the physical universe, wherever we are. Figure that one out, right? Everybody thinks, well, the sun is the center of our solar system. And then in the galaxy, there must be a greater sun or black hole, right? And that's the center of it all. But then what about the whole physical universe, right? There's always a center of a center. So you heard me even in meditation today, I said the center of the center of the center, because that's what I've been shown in my experience in meditation, is that there's different levels of becoming centered. We become centered here at the seat of the soul. That's the first step in the physical level. And then from there, as we get more centered, in other words, as we come more into the center of the circle, rather than being on the outer rim of the wheel, we come to center. And in that center, well, just like here, we say the spiritual eye or the spiritual door, called the 10th door sometimes, we've got to come to center now. And in that center of that doorway, you can't get to the door walking around on the outer rims of the wheel. You've got to come to the center of the wheel where the doorway is. And then from here, you now have access to now move out of this level and now move into another. So we got to step through that doorway. And that's what we're doing in meditation. So when we're here and doing a meditative process, like, well, we always do, today I just kind of supercharged it by adding the physical breath and really focusing the attention with the light and the sound. But really, that's what we're doing every time we meditate, just not quite as intensive, maybe. All to come back to center, to draw our attention. When we have our eyes open and we're looking out here, we're going to the outer rim, right? The outer rim of our physical experience. You know, in space, like Star Trek, it's like to the outer rim of the galaxy and then to the outer rim of the universe. Yeah, it gets that big because it's a huge creation. So then we pull in. Well, then we're at the outer rim of our physical circumference between where we live and go to work and visit friends, relatives, whatever. Then we have the outer rim, what, of just our own aura, right? So we have the outer rim of our energy field around us. Then we have the outer rim of, it keeps getting smaller and smaller. In other words, we come to the center of the center of the center. Just keep that in mind. Isn't that interesting? Center of the center of the center. Trinity action. I'm going to take this another level now. You heard me say it. And Jim's actually given an amazing talk. If you haven't listened to it before, listen to it in a while. It's called The Story of Creation. It's one of the CDs on our website, The Story of Creation. He talks about even how God came into being, became self-aware in the spiritual creation, as well as the physical creation. But at that point of God coming into self-awareness, God spoke. We hear that, right? In the beginning of the Bible, God spoke and there was light. Well, that God spoke, so there was sound, and out of the sound came the light. So God spoke. Well, of course, it's up to debate. What is that original word, right? The word of God. But really it's a sound. What is that sound? Well, that, again, whether it's true or not, is a primordial sound that, as God spoke, is often referred to as the hue or the who. That frequency of that sound, who, hue, that has been called the original word that God spoke. And out of that sound came the light. Well, God began to create. That light is the light of soul. God created the soul. And I'm going to share, and I've shared this once, I think a long time ago. I actually had an inner experience where I came out of that heart of God, as we sometimes refer it, came out of that origin point of God itself, of God's beingness and loving. And as I came out and into the spiritual creation that God created, I looked back and I saw, coming out of that very single point, all of a sudden there's just a point of light. And out of that point, not only the sound, but then this circle of light, a white light, just a perfect concentric circle, and it radiated, it pulsed like out, and got bigger and bigger. So there was the original circle that God created, God's creation. And then right after that, I saw this other light come out as a spiral. And it was all white light and sound, no other colors, just white light. And as a spiral, and that spiral came out of that same point. First, there was this concentric circles, and then the spirals, continuous spiral coming out, now all within the circle. So that spiraling was getting bigger, but so were the concentric circles, and that spiral was now existing or expressing and moving within the concentric circles. And then I saw a straight line come right on out through the middle of it all. Straight line of light, literally just a line of light. If you connected one point here to origin and just followed out to wherever point, it was just a straight line of light that just kept going. And that was it. Those three aspects, right from the very beginning of God's expression, as God created the spiritual realms and the physical, right? God created the heavens and the earth. The Trinity action, that circle, the spiral, and the straight line, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God, the circle, the Father, and we can call that Father, Mother, but really it's not about polarity. And then the Son or daughter, that's the soul, it's a spiral. And then the straight line is the Holy Spirit. That Trinity action is the original creating action of God and moving in God's loving. So there is that primordial sound and then the light as it came forward. And Jim actually shares, that's what I'm saying, he can give a lot more detail going into this. Like that's one of my favorite talks, is the story of creation. And he shares about it on others. I think like the frequency of change for New Millennium. There's probably one or two others, I can't remember right offhand, that you share about actually that Trinity action like that, especially the spirals and how the soul's journey is on that spiral, and it's on the outer edge of the spiral coming in to creation and evolution. And then when it's ready to return home and out of this creation, the spirit, it goes to the inner. And then when the soul's really ready is when it'll move to that straight line in the center of it all. And that straight line has been referred to as the straight and narrow, the Holy Spirit, the sound current, the light and sound of God. The light and sound, that straight line, is the center of the center of the center. And when we get into that is where it carries us. And so when we are beginning to really, it's funny to say walk this pathway, because my experience has been flying and moving. It's a movement, regardless of how, whether you're flying, whether you're walking, whether you're in some other vehicle, whether you see a spiritual teacher come and take your hand and lift you, whether you're taking an elevator, a plane, a train, all these vehicles is about movement. Which is obviously why we talk about it. But when we're ready, like I said, coming back to now where I started, when the soul is ready now for that journey to begin to now go back to that origin point, to where we were created, where we came out of the heart of God. That's this journey of return. The path to sound and light has a very specific function or action. And that is for when the soul is ready to now return back to its origins, back home, as we say, back to the spiritual kingdom, and ultimately back to the heart of God, from which we've all come. And so there's the action and the way by which we do that to participate, to connect. Because as we're out on the outer spiral, on the outer circle now, on the rim, we're having experience, right? Round and round we go. But then as we're drawn inwardly, we'll start coming into that inner spiral as we're rising up to the top. And I've shared this before, and we often reference it as the inner mountain or the inner pyramid. You know, the base is wide, and then as you rise to the top, it comes to a point. Well, that's reference to the seat of the soul when you come to the point, or like the pyramid, the capstone right here. Okay. So we want to come up to that capstone because that's where the soul is on every level, whether it's in the physical body or in the astral body, the causal, mental, etheric, or even the soul. It comes to a point where we awaken to the truth of who we are, or what we call the soul level of each and every realm, because that is now a fulfillment where we now have traversed, if you will, the inner mountain, the inner kingdom. And there's another reference I've used. I haven't talked about it in a while, but the Christmas tree. You guys remember me sharing about that before? One of my experiences is where it was shown to me like a Christmas tree, the pathway. If you think of the tree, which is like a tree of life, as we could compare it to, it's the same thing. At the base, it's wide, but as you go up, it comes to a point. And what do we do with a Christmas tree? We have like a star at the top, right? Or an angel, maybe Santa Claus representing, you know, God. We're going to that one point again. The Christmas tree, I loved when I saw that, because with that, it kind of embodies it all, because the base is round. Like I said, out of that single point, I saw these concentric circles. They got bigger as went into creation. And then in that, you think of Christmas lights that spiral on up the tree, up to the star at the top. And then the straight line is what? The tree trunk, right? The tree trunk down through it all. And that's the inner path, the straight and narrow, that action from which all the branches come that hold on to all the lights and everything else. Right there, I don't even want to call it symbology, because it's actually a direct expression as God created. It expressed this way. And so we see that even in nature, in trees and plants, in our own inner kingdom. This body is that, even if it is more of an energetic body we can't see physically, it all exists there. And so there's a practicality and ordinariness to this process. In this process, we say as an inner pathway. So we've got to rise on up through our own inner kingdom. Call it the chakras if you want here. We've got to rise on up to this point. And yes, above the heart chakra, I say that a lot, I know, because a lot of people will stop short here. We want to keep coming up till we get to the soul. That center of the center of the center, that one point where we truly get centered into our own soul, the living, loving essence of God that each of us is in expression. So to awaken, we need to come to the point, not an expression of that, not as that light of loving of who we are expresses, through all these other chakras and what goes with that, through their thoughts, our feelings, our imaginations, our physical experiences. That's great, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to have that experience as we're on the down and out, going out the branches or going out to the outer rim of the wheel, like I just expressed. But now when we're on this journey home, the spiritual journey of awakening, we're going to be drawn inwards to the inner pathway. That's why we always say in and up, in and up, in and up. It's like a swim stroke, right? You do this, we go in and up, in and up. Maybe there's no, right? Prayer hands, bring it in and up, in and up. So this is what we're doing. So I guess there's another one, as well as walking the pathway and flying, we add swimming to it, right? Because this is a lake of reflection we're in. So I guess we're swimming up through the realms. There's a little bit of truth to that. We'll add a new one in today with that, swimming the pathway. For those of us who love to swim in the lakes and oceans and pools. So, but that journey, and I like to try to explain things to make it simple and practical, hopefully understandable, so that we can have a greater clarity, understanding, so that it answers the mind. Because the mind will always create a lot of questions and create confusion, thinking we don't know enough, we're not doing it right. And so I try to explain it, to simplify it, so that hopefully what I'm sharing is understandable, to give you kind of a general teaching, but then of course honing in and getting very specific, just like the meditation today is very specific with that technique and how to do it, for the giving, the receiving, the light and the sound, and even the physical breath, to incorporate all of that. It's just different processes, different experiences, but it's all about focusing. That center of the center of the center, you come to that one point, but it starts right here, where we are at. If we're at in the physical body, that point is right here, the seat of the soul. If we're out of body, well, there's still that singular point. Even if you're in your astral body, you have a seat of the soul in the astral body. If you're in your mind, there's a seat of the soul in the mind. So you've got to just come to that point that you're centered no matter which body you're in, because at that point is where you are. You, the soul that is living and expressing and experiencing through each of these bodies or vehicles, whether it's the physical, astral, causal, mental, or etheric, until eventually there's no more bodies, and it's just the pure essence of the soul itself, the truth of who you are, the soul body, if you want to say, where it's no longer the soul in another body, but the soul in and of itself within the body of God, if we want to put it that way. So that's what we're doing step by step, or swimming up through the different levels. Each level, again, is a doorway. No matter where we are on that wheel or at the base or the rims, we've got to always come in and up to that center point, because that's the doorway to the next and the next and the next. So we got to keep doing. That's why, everybody knows, look for the light, look for the light. Wasn't it always up? Isn't that interesting? The light's always up, for one, but it's also in. So you've got to go in to the light and up into the light. It's both up and in and up to the light. Because that light that often can appear like a sun in our sky, or a moon, or a bright star, always go towards that light, because that light is that seat of the soul. That is our soul essence at the top, the soul level of any realm we're in, physical realm, astral, causal, mental, etheric, and then the soul. It's that simple. That simple. In other words, don't complicate it. Don't get caught up on all the details. I know we talk about the realms and levels and all this. That's just to answer information for the mind. Give it some sense of knowing, right? All the questions. But the truth is, all we got to do is know the technique, what to do, what to look for, what to listen for. Because loving expresses the sound and light. Look for the light, listen for the sound. Because the light and the sound, when you focus in on the true essence of the soul, the Holy Spirit, in other words, God's loving, it's like a magnet. It'll draw us into itself because loving attracts loving. Just like cause and effect here, like attracts like, the magnetic polarity. Well, magnetic polarity is just a reflection, as above, so below. But the truth is the straight and narrow, it's vertical, as above, so below. So here we are as a soul, and here's God in the spiritual realms drawing us like a magnet up. We got to come into the inner mountain, or the trunk of the tree, and up. Where polarity in the world is a lower reflection that goes out. So it comes down and out to the base that is spread out, or the wheel, the rim. So the magnet of the world polarizes us. It draws us out or pushes us out. Either way, there's a push and a pull. Okay. And that's always going to do that. I like to say it's like gravity, that magnetic pull too, right? It pulls us down, it pulls us out. Where the spirit, when we go into meditation, it has a pull as well, but that pull is in and up. We just have to get into that alignment with that frequency. Well, that frequency is that inner light. That light of the Holy Spirit we talk about is the golden white, or the purple, or the blue and pink. And that inner sound, such as the hue, or the sacred name we give in initiation. That frequency of that sound and that frequency of that light is what now we want to focus on, and let it now pull us, to draw us like a magnet to itself, because that's what it does. We just need to, one, get centered on it, focused on it, and then surrender ourselves to it. In other words, we've got to come into alignment and bring ourselves to that place by which now it can draw us and bring us and lift us and awaken us and all of that good stuff. Bless us. It works a certain way. So what we do here in ILM is teach that way. We are here teaching spiritual teachings, teaching this way, this path of sound and light, of God's loving. Right? So we're teaching the way home to God. And all we have to do, if we want, just freedom of choice, those of us that feel called, that feel pulled, that are curious or interested, wherever you want to call it. If you want to answer the call, you've got to do that which brings you into that place to be receptive, to experience. You've got to go to that point. Just like, you need to go to church, right? You want to do whatever, go to church, go to synagogue, go to temple. You got to go, right? How many times have you heard this is the temple, the human body's the temple. And where do we got to go? Well, we got to go to that place of worship and prayer. Well, where is that? So we've got to go within in the temple. Well, this is the main place of worship, is right here to see the soul. This is our inner sanctum, our sanctuary, where we partake, right, of the light and the sound, and how it's been represented through all the rituals in the world, through all the different religions. There's all the symbols, but the truth is it's the light and the sound. So we want to partake by coming into that inner sanctum right here. And when we do, that's now us doing our part to go to, or to come to that place by which now we make ourselves available to receive and to partake within God's manna, if you will, God's loving, to receive, to eat the manna of heaven, the nectar, the milk and honey, the host, the light and the sound, because this is where it exists. So we need to come to where it exists. If we're out here in these other things, well, yeah, the light shines out there, but we're going to the source of the light. So we've got to go to the source of the light, not to just where it's shining so we can see, see to shining sea. What do? Right? Follow the stars, all the ancient ways of traveling, follow the brightest star in the night sky, and then in the day, the sun. So that's what we're doing, but we're following the inner sun. That's all it is. The cool thing is when you focus on it, you think you need to make effort. The effort is getting to that point of focus and getting centered. But once you actually do, then it will now do the rest. Like I said, it's like a magnet. It'll just pull you. It'll draw you. Like if you're in a boat or a ship, the wind, right, will pull you. And the intensity of the sun, the heat will create the wind. That's what the light does. The light of loving and the wind of the Holy Spirit. It's going to usher us along. It's going to move us towards its source, that destiny. And again, all we've got to do is get in alignment, bring ourselves to that place by which now it can take place. And then it does. But we've got to be willing to let go. In other words, we've got to hoist anchor. We've got to lift up. Or if we're the swimmers, like I said, we got to go get in the ocean, not just sit on the beach or the shoreline. We got to go swimming. We got to get out there. We got to move towards that direction and then let it take us over. Let the current carry us. That current's the river of loving. That's the sound current, the audible life stream. Why isn't it funny? Current, stream, river of loving, all these things that refer to it like that. No coincidence, because it's the truth. This actually exists on these inner realms. So we ever have to pay attention to that. That's what the spiritual teachers do. They describe this for us. The signposts, what to watch for, listen for, what you need to do, and what you need to allow, so that now God can do for you. And that's all we need to keep doing and stepping forward all along, one step after another, one swim stroke after another, one flight after another. And what happens? Well, we go up that straight and narrow, that line of light as I described earlier from the Trinity aspect. And then we make it through that doorway and we go up to another level. And then what happens? We start looking around, where people say, hey, smell the coffee, look at the beauty, look at all the flowers and the trees. Well, we get distracted. It's beautiful. Like, look at all these. Oh, and I don't want to look at that because that's like the hell worlds, right? So we are busy avoiding this and busy getting distracted by this. Again, that's the polarity of the world, the light and the dark, the right and wrong, the good and the evil, the beautiful, the ugly, the ins and the outs, the lefts and the rights. So we get distracted by that because this magnetic energy, these frequencies call our attention, pull on our attention. And whenever we feel that pulling, we look. And guess what happens? Well, you've heard of energy follows thought, right? Well, this is beyond that. Wherever we look is where we go. Because the soul of who we are is loving. And wherever we focus our loving, in other words, wherever we look, we are focusing our loving. And that's where our awareness, our consciousness goes then. So if we focus out, we're going to go to where we're focusing. But now when we meditate, what do we keep saying? In and up. Well, what are we saying then? When we draw our attention, that's looking. Spiritual looking is attention. So when we draw our attention inwards and upwards, we're looking in and up. And we will go towards where we look, where we put our attention. You don't need thoughts for that. You don't need affirmations for that. You don't need feelings, emotions for that. You don't need astral fantasies for that. You don't need some kind of physical breath work like I just did, right? You don't need any of that to do this pathway, because this is the pathway of the soul and God's loving. God, the creator, soul, the creation, and the Holy Spirit that connects it all. God's loving in action. God created through sound and then the light. That's all we need. The truth of this pathway, the light and sound of God's loving, the Trinity action. That's all we need. So all the other stuff, if you really want to get liberated and go home, you've got to let go of it all. Sorry to say it. Sorry to simplify everything. All those complicated, wonderful rituals, superstitions, everything we've got caught up in what we need to do and all the spiritual journeys and churches and synagogues and everything we had to do out there. We actually have to let all that go if we're going to go all the way home. Those each have their experiences to be had. But when we're ready to truly go home to the spiritual kingdom, not time and space, not to the higher mind, which will give you a wonderful reflection of the spiritual kingdom, but it's just still a reflection. It's not the true spiritual kingdom. That's where people get misled. The true spiritual kingdom can only be experienced through the direct action of the light and the sound of God's loving, that Trinity action. That is it. So for that, we need the sacred name, whether it's the hue and the sacred names of initiation. And we need that inner light, that light of loving. The gold and white and the purple. Okay, that's how we see it here. And then within that light and the sound is that presence, that beingness of loving. So I like to say light, sound, loving. Okay. That's all we need. And that's all experienced right here in the soul itself. So we've got to go to where the soul resides in this physical kingdom, and where we say the seat of the soul is where the soul is as it comes into this physical creation. The seat is right here at the pineal and pituitary gland. This is the doorway between the two glands right there. The seat of the soul, that inner throne for this inner kingdom. But it's the soul then that comes in, gives life, and also leaves and takes the life that it is wherever it goes. Where it is what gives expression to life. That's why when we die, the soul is just leaving here for the last time. So the body is no more life. Same thing on the other levels. There's an astral body like the physical that dies as well. Same thing with the causal, the mental, the etheric. They all die off. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And then the light will return to the light. Loving returns to loving. This is really the simplicity. But we just have to be willing to keep taking those steps, to keep going further, to not think we made it and now it's done. So many times we'll think, I'm done with that. Well, maybe you're done with that part of it, but now you've got to go do the other part of it, right? I'm done with school. Well, you only finished first grade. You've got second grade, third grade, fourth, right? Oh, okay, well, I'm done with elementary school now. Well, now you've got middle school or junior high and high school, right? Don't kid yourself. In other words, just keep focused on that straight and narrow. Whatever's next, okay, just surrender. Say, God, thy will be done. What's next? And guess what? It unfolds so ordinarily and perfectly. It's amazing. All that gets in the way is our thoughts and feelings that distract us with the perfection and how this truly unfolds. Life, if you noticed, if you really look at your life, how it's just moved along, you're probably surprised if you've been around a few decades or more, like, how did you get to where you are now, right? How'd that happen? I thought I was going this direction. This is what I wanted in my life and what I wanted to do. How did I end up over here? Life just happens, as they say. But that's it, it does. So we can either resist it, complain about it, be upset about it, or we can just say, okay, God, I surrender and I accept it. As soon as we surrender and accept, one, it just becomes easier. And then it becomes more peaceful. And when we do that, because we let go of the resistance, all of a sudden our awareness opens, things expand. We start to become more wise. But that's just a way of saying, oh my gosh, look at what's really going on. We begin to have greater awareness and understanding of this process of what we call life as it unfolds. And people say to us, well, how did you become so wise? You don't even know yourself, other than what? You finally just let go of all the things you think you wanted, all the things you're upset about, all the things you judged or feared. You just let them go because you finally came to the place of it's not worth it anymore. I'm tired of hanging on to this stuff. It's not changing. The longer I hang on to it, the more miserable I get, the more pain I'm in, the more disturbance it causes, right? So you get sick of it, in other words. Like, I'm just sick of it. I'm over it. You let it go. You let it go, your life changes, and you're like, wow, my life changed. It's simplified. I don't have to do all these things I thought I had to do. My life's easier now. I'm starting to have more peace. And then when that happens, then we start to evaluate and go, wow, what really is important in life? And usually when we start asking those questions, that's when we go, there's got to be more to this life than just all this physical stuff. Those are the questions that start opening the doors that I was just talking about. Because that's when we begin to seek greater understanding, and if you could call it life beyond this life, or that which comes after death of this life. But when we ask those questions, it actually begins to open these doors. And then what happens? Well, then the awarenesses come in, the wisdom, or it brings us out. So we go into the experience. Even physically, we'll be drawn, just like those of you listening here. How did you get here? How are you listening to this right now? Somehow it happened. It shows up when it's time, when we're ready, where we have asked a question and we didn't even know it, possibly, or we did. And then in that, all of a sudden this shows up and you go, oh my God, these guys are answering the questions I had. You know, those types of things are where we find the synchronicity of life. So these are what you could call the signposts, where you feel the quickening, like, whoa, all the blessings, I'm so grateful, all these things unfolding. And then you start having greater awareness, and maybe even inner experiences or dream experiences of some really cool meditations. You're like, oh my God, this stuff's real. It sounded great. We think it's a fantasy. It is a fantasy, but then all of a sudden we start experiencing some of these spiritual things beyond the physical, and we start to realize how real it is. That's a whole nother awakening, the reality of that, and how that stirs us and changes us, not just our perspective, just our beingness. It begins to open. And that sets us on a greater journey. And then we really begin to pursue wanting to know the greater meaning, the understanding. And then eventually we start to question beyond even just wanting to know the meaning of life and understanding it. Because then we started wondering, well, who am I in it all? Where did I really come from? What? Is there really a God? Really? Is there a God? Was I created? How did that happen? How did I get created? How do I get back there? Or where am I going? See, each step of the journey, there's different questions. Those questions arise within us at the appropriate time for when we're ready now to move in that direction, to get it answered, in other words. But these answers come through experience, not just information. Like I just gave you information, like coming out of the heart of God. I just gave you information of what I literally witnessed, the Trinity action of when God created, God spoke. And out of the pure beingness of loving, where God came out of into expression. I couldn't tell you how that happens. It just is, you know, it is what it is, that which is, I am that I am. It's an experiential process is what I'm saying, not an informational process. The information will help lead us along, but it's the experience we need to go for. So let all these words we share here to give an idea, to give a direction, maybe an inspiration or motivation. Because for me, when I'd hear Jim share, I'd like, wow, I want to experience that. I want to know myself through my experience. The words sound amazing, but I want to really know through my experience. That's what these classes are meant to do, is to give that in hopes that you're going to want to now pursue and do, so you have the experience for you. And that's what it boils down to. I'm rhyming today. So I know I could keep going and going, and I know you guys have all heard this before, unless somebody is new here. Welcome, if it's your first time. Enjoy. Hope you enjoyed that meditation. It'd probably be a good one to listen to and get yourself charged up with the light and the sound. And hopefully today, in sharing this, at least laid out some basic understanding at the least of what we're doing here and that process, or maybe a few of the details. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jim so that he can go ahead and share now what he would like to.
Got to remember to turn on the mic. Otherwise, I just start talking and people are going, can't hear you, can't hear you. So, if anything, I think it's very important to always keep our meditation simple, because that's what is the pathway. The pathway is simple. Rumi spoke of it as a simple way. Jesus spoke of it as a simple way. Many of the great mystics and teachers have referred to it as simple. And it is, and that's why we keep this pathway simple. We do not complicate it. We do not add to it. We do anything we can to always keep bringing you and the awareness of this pathway to simplicity, because it's a simple way that helps us to really connect with God and to wake up into our own soul. It's when we compound it, when we make it complex, that it really gets lost. And it becomes very challenging to find that place inside that is the soul. The mind, the emotions, the body, the imagination, they are all a part of this lower creation. And they serve us well while we're here. But what they serve is the soul. They serve the soul as means and as vehicles to go in and experience these different levels of the physicality, the physical creation. And that's how the soul learns and grows and becomes great, ever wiser to God's creation and the action of creation. Because we as souls came here to learn about creation, what it is to create, what it is to be creative, what it is to be responsible for our creation, and how to take that responsibility to a point of fulfilling the creation and then moving on. So the soul is here to learn, to grow, and it's up to us to pay attention to that and not ignore it, not run away from it, not to curse it, but rather be grateful for our thoughts, be grateful for our feelings, be grateful for the imagination in this physical body, because they are the tools by which the soul came to learn. So learn from all that the world has to offer you. Learn through all these different forms of experience and allow yourself to be awake and aware to what is going on within you and outside of you all the time. The more we can learn to pay attention, the more we can grow and the easier we become free. Because once we learn the lesson, we don't have to continue repeating it. We don't have to continue looking into that lesson because it's done, it's complete. And the charged energy that draws us to it is gone. We've dismissed the charge and we can move on to other things. And what we're doing in life here is ever looking to find that way to take responsibility for our thoughts, our feelings, our actions, and our reactions. And if we can do that, if we can begin to really understand what that all means and how to begin to live that, we begin at one level to disconnect the soul from this creation. And then the question is, once the soul begins to disconnect itself from this creation, what next? What is the soul supposed to do as it disconnects? And that's what this pathway is about. And that's why we chant the sacred name, the unspoken name of God. That's why we chant the hue, because those are the frequencies and the names that will carry us higher above this creation and above all these elements of the self, of the physical, so that we begin to wake up and to know the truth of who we really are. We are not the mind or emotions, but oftentimes we believe we are, and oftentimes we believe they run us and rule us, but they don't, not really. We have just given our power away to them for a moment. What we want is to learn from these elements of the self in the world and then move on to what's next. And that means once these elements of this creation get into alignment, and we've brought them into alignment, it's for us to move upward now to what is next on this tree of life, if you want to call it that. And what's next is to begin to wake up to our own soul, to begin to be aware of the divine in us and who we are in that divinity, and to begin to live more into that. Just as we had to learn to live down and out into this creation through this body, it's now time for us to move inward and upward and begin to wake up and to live in our divinity. And that's what meditation is about. We are every day taking time to live in our own divinity. And that's important, because that's the next thing in our tree of life, if you will. That is the next thing in the evolutionary cycle of things. So do what you can to spend time every day in meditation. And when these things are the lower, such as the mind or emotions, kick in, just let them go for the moment. You can even speak to them and just say, not right now. I am focusing on God. I am focusing on the truth of who I am as a soul. And when I'm done with that, I'll come back and I'll join you in whatever pursuits we're going to do together so that I can learn and grow and get free even greater. But right now, be quiet and let me be with the next thing in line for me, which is God. And if you do that enough, the mind and the emotions, the whole body consciousness will begin to cooperate and allow you the time you're asking for to do what it is you're doing beyond it. The key here is we are looking beyond the mind, we are looking beyond the emotions and all that is of the physical nature. And the physical nature cannot look up or go up and experience God, because that is not a part of their nature. They are not a part of that creation. They are part of the physical creation. And we are letting go in our meditation of this physical creation to wake up to the truth of who we really are as soul. And that's a lot of words, but the greater truth of it is it's a very simple process. And it's also one that is so wonderful. Once you begin to wake up into the truth of what soul is, which is loving, and you begin to experience the movement of that loving all around you and you in it, because you are the soul. You know now that there is nothing greater than that, than to just be in the true essence of your own beingness, which is loving. When God created the light. And that light, that first light, was the light of soul. And that first light is the light of loving. That carries the essence of God's loving to create and for the creation. And we are that loving that I'm talking about here. That is who we are. We are that light of loving that God put forth and put into motion to create all things. And when we meditate, we're going back into that place inside of us at the very center of the center, as Brian has put it, to wake up and to know that we are that light. We are the light of loving. And to wake up into that light of loving and begin to let that be the truth of who we really are and live that more fully, whether we have our eyes open or our eyes closed, whether we're busy doing daily work or we're busy inside meditating. And we can find God eventually in all things that we do in the world as well as inside, because that is our focus first. We are now focused on that first light, that first sound, that first expression of God's loving to create. And that's who we are. We are that essence. We are that loving. And it's for us to ever spend time every day in waking up to that. And the more we spend time in meditation, the more we spend time focusing on God first, the more we're going to live in that loving every moment of every day. Eventually, you can't separate yourself once again from the loving. In truth, you never have, because that is who you are. All this other that has kind of caked on around us, these bodies, these emotions, all of the imagination, everything, is but just a part of the outer crust of this world that is here to serve us until it no longer has anything to give us. That's when we take the last breath and we leave this physical form, but we also leave this physical creation so that the light of our own soul can return back from which it came. It came from the light of life. And the light of life, that divine spark inside of us, will return back from which it came, back into the greater light, and join once again with that greater light, merge into it and be one with it, and no longer be separate once again. That is the journey. That is why in ILM we have kept this pathway very simple, just as other teachers have directed to keep it simple. When we first started moving towards initiation, God said, keep it simple and keep it elegant. And I knew what it meant because I knew what God meant by simplicity, just through my own experience and just what I'm just sharing now. It's when you begin to compound the pathway with all these mental exercises, these physical exercises, these different postures that you have to take, that will help strengthen and awaken you to the certain physical aspects of your beingness. But ultimately, they do not wake you to soul. They can bring you all the way up to the very top of the mind. And at the top of the mind, it's quite a wonderful place to be. That's what in the Buddhist tradition they call nirvana. It's the most beautiful place, but it's still a part of the physical creation. What we are searching for is beyond all of that. What we are moving towards is beyond all of that. We are not participating in the elements of this world to find God. God is not in this world in the truest sense, other than God is in you. That divine spark is God. That is God's essence. That is the seed of God's creating your soul. And it's for us to go back into that seed of light and loving and to wake up to our own true nature, our own true soul. So when we meditate, we let go of all that which is of the lower creation. And we focus totally upon the light and the sound of God. We look to the light and we look to the sound, listen to the sound. And we continue to be moving towards and into, merging into that greater light and sound. God spoke, and the first light came forward, and that was the soul. That was us. That's the child of God. All of us are the child of God. Jesus was not the only child of God. We are all that child. We are all part and parcel together as the child of God. And if we can begin to truly understand that, it's easier for us to live the simple life that this life is. The world is ever calling us out into the complications of things. More work, more play, more fun, more focus, more this, more that. No matter how well you're doing, you got to do it better. There's somebody else doing it better than you. You better get busy. God wants us to learn from what this creation has to offer. But when we've learned it, it's time then to return home. And when it's time for that to happen, the soul is drawn to a path such as this one, the path of sound and light, in order to receive the sacred name in initiation. Jesus said when he was teaching the apostles to pray. He said, "Pray as I do now. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." So right there, the very first thing he says is, we are focused on the hallowed name of God. We are giving praise, we are giving loving, we are giving focus to that sacred name. And it's for us in all of creation to find where that sacred name is for us. And if we're listening and we're responding, we're going to be drawn to a place where that sacred name can be shared with us in initiation. And that pathway of initiation, that pathway of the sacred name is all over the world, not just here, not just in the United States. It is in every country, in every part of the world, and it's for us to listen, to seek, to search out and find, and then partake of that which is offered. We, as other spiritual teachers do on this pathway, offer initiation on the sacred name. And that sacred name is everything. Jesus made it the first part of the prayer that he was teaching his disciples. Hallowed be thy name. Thy name is sacred. Thy name is holy. Thy name is our first focus. Because in that name is the vibration that will begin to stir us awake inside and awaken us on all levels going up to the very heart of God. By chanting that name, it carries a frequency, the frequency of awakening and the frequency of knowing, that we might know the greater truth. That's what we discover and find in meditation. We find God. We find loving. We will find the truth of who we are and where we truly are to be. So chant the sacred name daily, because it carries within it all the instruments, all the tools, all the elements, all the energy that you need to have in that one sacred name to begin to wake up, wake up, wake up, and truly know the truth of who you are in God and God in you. Once you've learned from this creation and you get to the top of the mind, it's time to go on above it, not stay stuck in the mind. And it's interesting, at the top of each of the realms of creation that we've talked about, at the top of each one is a soul level. And that soul level of each of the tops, at the top of the realms, is quiet, it's peaceful, it's beautiful, it's in harmony with all of God's creation. And so when such as the Buddhists reach the top of the mind, they reach a place of calmness, of peace, of quiet, of harmony, of so much. And that's what they call nirvana. It's rising above all these elements of this creation to merge into the greater peace, loving, truth. And to the Buddhist, that is the ultimate. When you reach that place, there is no more to go to. But on this pathway, we know there's more, because we want to move beyond the physical elements of this creation and move into the spiritual elements of God's creation. And that's what this pathway does. It brings us all the way up to the top of the mind and then on beyond it and into the realms of spirit and into oneness with God. What they think they have found here in the oneness is but a glimpse of the greater truth that we are merging into. And that's important to be aware of. And that's not putting the Buddhists down, that's not putting other pathways down that see that as the top of the top. But it is letting us know that there's yet more to come and more to experience. And there's the greater fulfillment that is quite amazing. And many of you have already found that out. You've come awake, not just to your own soul, but you have come awake to God, the God's essence, God's loving. And you know that that's who you truly are, that is who you truly are. You are God fulfilled. So do your meditations every day. Live into that fulfillment. And that fulfillment can be a lot of different things each day. Some days it truly is quiet, it's peaceful, it's harmony. Some days it's just pure light. Some days it might be light and sound. Some days it might be so quiet, so peaceful that there seems to be nothing there. And yet there's so much more. It's different every day. And part of the things that make it different are our own lower selves, the minds, the emotions, and so on, that can play upon it and try to ever tease us down, call us down, bring us back down into the lower elements. And it's just up to us to keep our focus on God first and God only in our meditation and in our daily lives. And that's how we wake up fully, knowing who we truly are, where we came from, and where we're going. We are the light of God. And right now, we are in God as that light, even though we may not be aware of it. But that's what this pathway is about returning home from which we came, returning back. And in truth, it's not so much returning as it is just waking up to the knowing of the greater truth. We have been living caught up in the illusionary world, and we have believed all the illusions that this world has offered us, of separation, of aloneness, of pain and sorrow and misery. And it's for us to begin to let go of all that, knowing that there's yet the greater beyond it, that is the true, not the illusion. And it's for us to ever stay focused on the true as best we can. Every day, remind yourself, I and the Father are one. I and the Creator are one. I am one in creation, the creation of the loving, the creation of the light and sound. I am one in all this. This is who I am. This is where I came from, and this is where I'm returning. I am not a part of the illusion. I am visiting the illusion, but I am not a part of it. And this isn't my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is union back into the greater light, the greater sound, the greater loving. I and the Father are one. I and God are one. I and loving are one. However you want to put it. The greater joy is knowing that God is your Father. God is your Creator, and you are God's child. And all that is happening is God is calling us home by ever sending forth a call to you to come home, to come home. And it's for us to respond to that call. That's what that sound now is. The first sound was the sound of God creating. And the other part of that sound is God now calling us home. It's all one sound, but it carries a certain frequency of going out and then returning from where it came. And in physics now, they're realizing that that is really true. That when a light goes out from its source, it goes out and continues on the journey until it is reflected back and begins the journey home. And the light actually takes the journey back the way it came out. It returns. And that's what we are doing now on this pathway. We are on the return part of the journey. The light of our own beingness is returning back to God from which it came. And the light knows what to do. The light knows the path. We just have to follow it. We just have to go with it on its journey now and begin to wake up more and more and know that we are that light. We are a part of God, and we are returning home back into the fullness of God once again. So do what you can to ever stay focused inside in meditation. Let go of the mind, let go of your wants and your needs, let go of your judgments and your concerns and trying to figure things out and trying to correct things. That's not a part of this pathway. That's a part of this world. And that's part of the trap to keep us in the world. Let all of that go when you go into meditation. Ask God to assist you in staying focused into the greater truth. The truth of who you are as soul, as the child of God. And ask God to help you to ever stay focused on that light and that sound. Ask and it shall be given. So ask, 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 ask. But then stop and pay attention to what comes forward. That call to the soul to come home will be there for you as a light or as a sound that will lead the way home. That's when you follow the light. That's when you go with the light. That's when you allow the light in, because the light will get brighter and begin the greater part of the journey home back to God. And that sound will carry you. That sound will lift you. That sound will ever give you the direction by which to be going. So if you see a light or if you hear a sound, that is God calling you home. Go. Just go. And don't try to fix the things of the world. There's nothing to fix. This is all an illusion. Even the physicists now are saying just that. This is all just a part of a great illusion. they're calling it a hologram. A hologram is a reflection. It's not the truth. So why chase after an illusion? Why chase after a hologram? Why not go towards the truth and live the truth? You are the truth. Your soul is the truth. And your soul has been given the tools by which to return home to the truth. Use them, follow them, listen to them, and make your way home once again. Rumi said it's very, very simple. All you have to do is to wake up. Wake up in your prayer, wake up in your meditation, wake up in your daily life, and see God in all things. Wake up, and don't go back to sleep. Don't go back into the illusion and start living the illusion again. But wake up to the truth. Wake up to the real, which is God and which is loving. And go home and stay home. That's a key here. Stay in God fully once again when you get there. Do not look back. Do not come back. And if you really get to the heart of God, you won't be able to turn around and come back, because all you'll see at that point in time is God's heart, God's loving. And you are that loving that is of God. And there's no greater thing to be than that. All right. Well, I guess what we'll do is take a break and then come back and begin with question and answer.
You ready for the first question?
Ready?
I hope so.
I lost 3 of my friends recently, very close to my age, and only in their 60s, so it makes me think about my death a lot lately. I also lost 2 neighbors and keep going to funeral ceremonies. Some of the ceremonies are very boring and long, and some of the funerals are amazing with so much joy with music and dancing. The last funeral I went to was actually the best joyous music and dance party in a long time, as everyone was celebrating with so much fun. I drummed in a band and danced, and that is the way I want my funeral to be. But lately, I keep having this fear of dying in my bed alone, and my kids are all moved out, so no one finds me until a week after my death. I assume only Jim knows, as I am dead, as I assume he knows he's seeing souls leaving as they leave. And I may have been published online already with the dead people announced online as they pass. In my imagination, no one in my family knew I was dead until a week later. That situation I imagined many times makes me laugh. But also, I wonder when a soul dies if Jim sees all the souls jumping out their bodies, laughing and going up together, or does he see only his initiates? Also wondering, since the physical body is gone, what does a soul look like to Jim? Also wondering, does he know which soul belongs to which individual? Meditation today was amazing and seems easier with the breath focus intermittently. That helps me relax and focus on the hue sound versus the sacred name. And sometimes for me, the sacred name can be a disturbance at times. And it seems easier to just do the hue sound and return to basics as I relaxed more than in a long time. So I can reread those questions if you want, or not, if you remember, Jim.
My memory isn't quite what it used to be, but I'll answer what I remember right now, and then we'll go from there, I guess. One thing is, not every person's death is the same when they leave the body. Some people are much more aware spiritually, and they really come out as a light, just a great light that is going up. When that happens, I know they're already going to God, and I escort them, but I don't have to lead them, which is fun. And I hate to say that's more rare than not. Then others, they come out of the body, and I know who they are because I've known them in the world. And so Spirit just wants me to now to guide them. And it depends upon the person as to where they are in their meditative practice, on their inner journey, as to how much I really have to put into the action. For some, I just lead the way. I just get in front of them and have them follow me, because they haven't maybe made the path fully yet back into God's heart or back up into the higher realms of spirit. And so I have to lead them. And then others just know the route and they are doing it, and I'm just leading the way in a sense to get them there, but they know the route already, I can tell. It's not that they're antsy to go and come on, Jim, hurry up. It's just I can tell I'm not having to look back. I'm not having to pay attention to where they are, what they're doing, or how they're focused. I can feel and know that they're just right behind me walking. And then others, when they leave, I may not know them. I've gone there because it's time for them to begin the higher journey. And so I'll take them right where they have earned the reward of going to. In other words, they are not initiates. And I will take them to where the reward is for them right now. And then I'll talk to them and let them know that right now you can go higher if you want. You can stay here, and that's fine. Or there's more to go to, and I'll be glad to show you that way. And then we'll go off, and I'll show those that want to go. And most people want to go, which is nice. But once in a while, so I've had a couple of men, especially, who just say, "Nope, I'm going to stay here. I don't know where you're going to take me, and I'm going to stay here." And that's just fine. And one woman said, "Well, now if I stayed here for a while, could you come back and get me later?" And I said, "I don't know. That'd be up to God, and all I can do is what is right now." And she said, "Well, can I look around a little bit and then we'll go?" And I said, "Go right ahead." So she looked around and she said, "Oh yeah, let's go." So it wasn't quite what she was expecting, I guess, or hoping for. So I took her up higher, and I think that was more in alignment with what she was going to be, what she was thinking. So it's really different every time, but it's always the same. The pathway upward is the same. The journey is the same. And my role may be just a little bit different. I'm always focused to make sure that they were always behind me and that they're always looking forward. And I just often will say that just to remind them, just keep looking forward and follow me. Follow my footsteps, follow me, and we'll get to a higher place. And the majority of them do it willingly, acceptingly. It's wonderful. there's a couple here and there that, won't let go of certain things down below. And I have to keep reminding them that if they want to hold on to that, it means that they're going to go back. And if they don't want to go back and have to reincarnate and experience all that, then they need to keep focused on me and following the path that I'm walking, and just follow that path and not look back. And for the most part, with those people, they usually will follow, because they unfortunately they follow in fear of where they would go if they didn't do what I said. And I know that, but I mean, if it's fear that it takes to get them to go higher, then I guess that's what it takes. But so it works, and it's just beautiful. I enjoy every one of them because they're unique, they're different. I get to witness the movement of a soul returning home to God or getting closer to it. And so that's really nice. And I'll say this: once you're out of your body and we take you higher, you're not going to be concerned about somebody not finding your body until a week later, or who's going to find it. Oh my God, you don't look back on this pathway. You don't look back. So you're not going to be knowing of any of it. And that's just fine, because you don't need to know any of it. When you took that last breath, you were done with that body. You were done with that lifetime. You were done with all those events. And at that moment, you are now a separate soul from all that, and moving up into a higher creation as an initiate. And so you won't look back. You won't be sitting there for a week going, come on, somebody come over here. Because it happens. I do know that happens. That happened to one of my aunts. And I could not console her. So I just left her to experience what she had created for herself. And it was actually her guardian angel who took her higher, not me. And so it is different for everyone, and for you, I know for you it'll be one of grace and ease and simplicity. But let go of the fear. Let go of the fear, because that fear can drag you back into it again. And you don't need to have that experience again. So allow yourself to really break free of that now and really go for liberation and rejoice. So did I cover everything, or do I need to hear something?
Let me look back. So you see more than just the initiates.
Yeah.
That she wanted to know what the soul looks like to Jim, because the physical body is gone. How do you know that who the soul belongs to, basically?
Well, there's a physical body, an astral body, causal, so on. And and there's the soul body. And at first, the soul body looks just like the person, or not just like, but very much like the person. And so it's identifiable, and the energy is identifiable, and I know who it is. Oftentimes, I will hear their name called as I approach. So it's like, over here, she's over here, kind of thing. But as for some, it's more of a light. It really is just a divine light that comes out of the body, because they've meditated so much and really worked towards liberation and have liberated themselves really fully. And now it's just getting the divine light back to God's loving. And so sometimes it is just a spark, and I know who it is because I hear the name called, but not that it's I can't identify the light per se, but there's a frequency there, and the name will be shown to me, told to me in some form, so I know. And I don't see a lot of people that are not initiates. I see people when somebody calls and says, Jim, my uncle just died. Could you hold him in the light? Or something along that line. And then I go to him and assist. Sometimes they've already left the body and gone to what would be called their reward. And I'll go to them and just be with them, and they won't know who I am. And I'll just say, is there anything I can do for you or get for you? And they'll look at me and say, well, what are you doing here? What can you get for me? And, out of the question, I'll finally be able to say, well, I could take you higher than this if you'd like to go higher. And a lot of them will and want to, but some are fine where they are because they can see their relatives down below, or they can check and see where their money's going, or just whatever it is that they've got running. And they don't want to leave there and go higher because they might lose sight of that. So I've had a few that definitely do not want to go higher. But most of them, when offered, they say, yeah, I'll go higher. So, and there's some that go to what's called the heaven worlds. And it's a beautiful place. And there's heaven worlds for every different religion and every different spiritual practice that isn't a path of liberation. And it's interesting there too. So they'll go to the heavens for their religion, and then I can say, well, now there's something higher that if you really want to go higher. And they're almost always saying, but there can't be anything higher than heaven. So I said, well, look up and see what you see. And then they see, oh my God, there's something beyond here. And, Spirit opens it up for them so that I can show them that. And then they say, okay, well then let's go.
Okay.
Fun life. I have a fun life.
Kelsey, are there a lot of questions or just a few?
There's 12.
Oh, okay.
now.
No.
So that's kind of a lot, yeah.
Awesome. It's good to know. Just that way I can keep Jim on track and shorten his answers if I need to, but otherwise we love hearing all of his experiences.
You're gonna shorten my answers?
That's really interesting that you just said that. I'm on your page, Jim.
Yes, no, oh, to the left, oh, to the right. Is that short enough?
Oh my goodness. How do we shorten your answers, Brian?
That's why I'm not talking.
All right, next question. Dearest teachers, as always, I am reluctant to share things openly because I tend to hold things quietly and privately. But Spirit is tapping me on the shoulder saying, I want you to share this, so here goes. I entered my meditation yesterday morning saying, here we go again, another loved one diagnosed with cancer. The biopsy was Wednesday, and we're still waiting to see what it is. I was with both my mother and brother as they suffered and died from this horrible disease. I knew there is a risk I will get it one day, but I never thought it would be my beloved husband. The grief and fear began to settle in. So in meditation, I told God, here is my fear, my grief. They are strong and I acknowledge them without apology, but I will try to meet them with faith and acceptance. Then I sat in the quiet, giving everything to God. After a while, I heard, what if the biopsy shows that the tumor is benign? The fear immediately fell away. I moved into peace and calm. A while later, I heard, and what if it is otherwise? Can you treat either diagnose equally? From the perspective of your soul, does it matter? Can you find the calm and the peace of the spirit, regardless of the storm? I sat and contemplated this. Can I indeed be at peace even as we move into this very difficult and frightening time? And I realized then I can. And indeed, I am in quiet, calm acceptance. Then I heard, yes, child, this is the final lesson. Walk in peace. The storms of this world do not reach your steady, steadfast soul. Be at peace. Be in loving. All is well. So once again, thank you, my beloved teachers, for bringing me to this place, for showing me the way home. My soul rejoices. I send my loving to you both and to Kelsey. Thank you for all you do for us. In loving.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That is very, very powerful and very, very true. I am just so glad you shared that for all of us to hear. Thank you.
And that's truly what we want, as a disciple walking this pathway. We've got to find that place of peace. And when we find it, that's letting us know that we've really stepped through whatever the lessons are, because often the lessons will be indicators, by having reaction, fears and all that, just as you stated. So it's really nice to hear. And especially for people who, not only their loved ones like yourself, but even especially for the person going through it. We've seen some people, just move into this place of loving acceptance and embrace it. And is some of the most amazing transitions we've seen, and it's been pretty awesome. And boy, when it's grace filled like that, those are the souls, like Jim was just talking about, that end up going up higher.
Yeah.
For sure. And if we can hold our focus on what this life's really about and that transcendent journey, obviously that makes a big difference, rather than just looking at the physical loss. And obviously that's what will give us the peace. Otherwise, just looking at the physical loss, that obviously doesn't give us peace. So it's wonderful to hear what you're sharing, and a great thing to keep in perspective for all of us when that day comes, because it'll come for us as well as those close to us. And, if we can all approach it that way, it's going to make the big difference for sure. So thank you for sharing that.
And being that you're an initiate and it's your husband, the grace is right there with him, just as it is for you. And at the time he goes, one of us will show up to assist him in his journey. And it'll just be up to him to be in harmony with it or in agreement with it. And then we can take him much higher than he normally would go. And I've taken some people all the way up, believe it or not, and they were not initiates. So anything's possible. And so know that that's there for him at any time. He may not have cancer and he may not die of cancer. He may die years from now from something else. And yet we'll still be there for him when that time comes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dear Jim and Brian, I have had 2 dreams 3 days apart that I believe are related. I only remember bits and pieces of the first dream, but it has been a work in progress of many dreams over time. In the dream, my family and I are designing a physical game of requirements to do, but we have not had all the pieces or things we have needed for the difficult requirements in the game. There are about 10 different challenges in the game. And in my past dreams, we have been planning and collecting the things we have needed. Last night in the dream, we finally had collected the things we needed and could now actually play the game. The challenges were not work or punishments or painful or humiliating or requiring great physical strength. They were fun and enjoyable and played with laughter and group love. I completed 3 of the challenges in the game, and after each challenge, I jumped up and down with my arms over my head and shoulders. I'm free, I'm free, I'm free, is what I shouted. The dream ended. The next dream happened 3 nights later. I was shown 3 bigger than life scenes or dioramas. The scenes were in a row lined up, one right next to the other. I recognized that they were things I had created and had been working on for a long time in my dreams. I recognized one little part over there in one scene and a little bit over there in another scene. And there was a piece over there in that scene. And there, over there was another piece I remembered working on. I saw all the little bits and pieces I had worked on for so long, and now realized with a jolt that I was seeing the quote unquote big picture. But not just one, but 3 big pictures, and I saw that they were complete. I realized I was being shown these 3 scenes and that they were now done, complete, whole, and absolutely perfect in every way. I was shocked and stunned by the absolute perfectness of them all. Jim and Brian, could you please comment on these dreams for me? I was aware of so much loving in each of the dreams, and I'm aware of so many 3s in these 2 dreams, like 3s, quote unquote. With so much loving to you both and our ILM staff.
I'll let Brian go for it first.
So I like, this is a good way that you described, and this is what I try to share with people. A lot of when you listen to what we teach here in ILM, I like to call it not only the learning, but the preparation phase. And you spend a period of time where you practice the meditation, you hear the teachings, and you're preparing yourself to how to really take responsibility for your life. And that whole phrase of take responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Well, that's exactly what you're describing. So that preparation, you're learning in putting it together inside of you to get the greater clarity and understanding of how to do that. And also in that, you're in a sense building up that loving inside. And at the same time, it's a building of, if you want to call it courage, to step through the challenges. And when we really prepare ourselves, just even like in school, right? If you really study for a test and you've done the homework and you know it, you're prepared and you actually like, wow, I'm looking forward to the test because you know you're going to do well. You know the material. So then you go and do it. And sure enough, you get an A, you do really well. Well, it's kind of similar here in a way that when you're doing the homework, so to take in responsibility, right? Doing the homework and really practicing the LAF work as well as the meditation, you're getting all the tools, the techniques, the understanding. And then when the challenges come or the tests come, you just put it to practice, everything you've been learning. And so when you put it to practice, you get now firsthand experience of now putting to use all the tools that you've acquired in your toolbox and all the homework you've done to give you the examples, the in class, so to speak, safe space to practice, so that when the real life situation shows up, you can not only walk through it confidently, but actually have some fun, because you start to see where life really is a joyful adventure of learning. It's really meant to be that way. It's only all these other, if you want to call them the negative conditions in life, that we can be, in a sense, brainwashed or swayed to viewing life from more that painful, challenging, negative way. But if we have more of a training of doing that from, it keeps doing that, from more of the perspective like you're sharing, and what I'm sharing here with you is that, you actually can experience it that way. And here's a simple way that I found. When I'm proactive, it's always good results and a much nicer experience. Even entering negative, challenging situations, when I enter in proactively, it always turns out good. When I avoid or resist, if I have to do it by default or reactively, it's always a real struggle and hard. So if I broke things down in life to what you just said, I would have to say, I definitely heard you through the preparation, entering into your life challenges or experiences proactively. And that's always the result, is just like what you said. And, we're going to go through it regardless. Most of us do it reactively until we finally have enough of what goes with reaction. And I go, let me find a different way to do this. So I hear you having found that different way to do it and actually now taking responsibility and doing it. And I'll tell you what, it's really wonderful to hear somebody writing in and sharing just the way you did. Because most of the time, as most of you know, it's all about the challenges. How do we deal with this and that, all the pains and reactions in life, because that's part of the learning. We often will experience more the negative side of life. And I don't make that bad, as you guys know. I have learned to embrace the negative because it's quite often, I found the negative can be a stronger motivator at times to get us to do what's required. In other words, we seek to get out of pain. So the negative motivators move us forward. But eventually we realize, wow, life's going to happen. I've got to handle these things anyway. So do I want to keep doing it out of reaction and being motivated by the pain? Or can I find a different way so that maybe I can do life more proactively and actually start having fun and joy of the learning? And then it's really more of an adventure. In other words, you're approaching life like a child, right? To enter the kingdom of heaven, become childlike. And that's what I hear you sharing here. So that's pretty awesome. And of course, yes, the threes, the Trinity, that Trinity action. That's why it comes in threes. The third time's a charm. All those types of things we hear, right? Well, there's a significance there. I'm not saying everything happens that way, no, because then you'll start developing superstitions and this and that. It is what it is, but there'll be certain markers when it's time to, in a sense, make a mark upon our consciousness so that we wake up and realize that spirit working with us and supporting us and giving us the signposts so that we really know, and we don't like, well, was that just a coincidence or was that real? Because that this is me following spirit and really doing spirit rather than doing the world. And that's what I hear you doing as spirit in what you're sharing.
That's good. I think that covers it.
It's nice to hear a letter like this.
Yeah.
That's really nice to see, and I hope over time we hear more and more things like what you just shared, because as each of us on this pathway, put these teachings to use, eventually we'll start to discover, and life does start to change and become a different experience because of how we're approaching life. Again, when you approach it proactively rather than kind of backing into it reactively, it's a different experience and a lot nicer one. So again, thank you for sharing that. Did we miss anything, Kelsey, or it kind of covered it?
I think you covered it.
Okay.
All right, karma.
Grace.
Yeah. Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. My question is, why are we told we are only given what we can handle? When we ask and don't receive, we're told it's not the right time. Spirit has a plan. Let it be, let it happen, let it go. If we are the creators of all this karma we have accumulated, why can't we ask to lighten up on those, why can't we ask to lighten up on those days or times in our lives that there is so much going on? You start to feel like you can't handle anything, any of it, and start to want to give up on all of this. I understand the more hardships and challenges we conquer throughout every day, we're getting closer to liberation. When will there be a time where we can just simply enjoy living on this earth while completing our karmas and not feel like we're actually not given a choice of how much we can handle? I love you, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I am grateful for all you do to guide us on this journey. Thank you.
Want me to go again? Or would you
Yeah,
like to
that'd be
start?
fine.
Well, if you just heard the previous sharing, that gives you a perspective that you actually can. And it boils down to literally just what I said. When we kind of back into life in a reactive way, it's always unpleasant. When we can start to be proactive and face life and embrace it, then it can actually become an enjoyable experience. And I really mean that. Even the challenges, even like the conversations we don't want to have, the things we don't want to do, if we can approach it proactively, with an open mind, an open heart, a curious nature, like the childlike sense of discovery, like, oh my God, let me see what's here to learn. Let me see what's here to discover. That's something we have to do in ourselves. And we can all do that. I go back and forth though. You've heard me talk about my years of depression, right? And I'm usually more joyful by nature. But this world is one of positive and negative. So we're going to experience both. So it's not about trying to create just a positive, pleasant experience here. It's about loving and accepting, embracing all of life, the positive and the negative. And here's the beautiful thing. When you can really love and accept the negative, the unpleasant things, they actually turn into pleasant, enjoyable experiences. Because when you can really love the negative side of life, it opens a door in a whole different way that nobody will ever know or understand because they haven't allowed themselves to open to that. When we open to that and really take it in, then we realize the truth. Because when we do that, we see that there's God even in the darkness. But as long as we are in reaction and fear of that darkness, we ourselves don't allow ourselves to see the God within the darkness. And that's truly what it boils down to. But you see, we're not going to realize that until we move to the light. We've got to move towards God. And when we rise above the mind, really rise above this physical creation and into soul, well, then everything's loving because we're now living the truth of who we are. That is loving. So when we live in loving, we see everything in loving, light or dark, positive or negative. We just see the loving in it all. So we've got to move our consciousness into that place of seeing it that way. And that's what it comes down to. So if you're in reaction, if you're having an unpleasant experience, just realize it's because of where you're sitting in your consciousness that determines your experience. Two people can experience the same thing in life. One could be totally miserable and the other one could be totally in joy. As an example, I've actually said multiple times to people, one of my favorite events in this world are memorial services. Sounds kind of bad, right? That should be a really sad occasion, the loss, the grieving of somebody. Why do I love those gatherings? Because those are the places where I see people become most vulnerable. And when I see people really embrace that sadness, the grieving of the loss, is where I see people get in touch with a very, very deep loving. And that deep loving is what we're all seeking. And it took a great loss of somebody's life to bring that person to that depth of loving. And so something amazing came out of that because the person was open. They were willing to embrace their pain. They were willing to embrace that loss, that fear, that darkness, and it transformed it into the light. Where other people would go into resistance and reaction. And those are the ones that just kept themselves in pain because of the way they chose to respond to it. But here's the other side, because in saying what I'm saying, I don't want anybody to take it as when somebody's, in a sense, choosing, right? We've heard this over. We all choose our reactions. We all choose our emotions. But yet many of us at times don't at all feel like, well, I didn't have a choice, it just happened. I know, I do the same thing. Like if I have a negative reaction, I feel powerless, and it is what it is. It's like, I don't feel like I have a choice or any control of the matter at all. Well, that's there for a reason. Because sometimes we need to be brought into those experiences so that we can actually now begin to find our way to embrace it. Otherwise, we would all avoid those types of experiences, and avoiding it, well, then we don't experience it to learn what goes with that. In other words, to find the God within all of creation, because God's in all of that. We just have to begin to look for God in all the darkness and the pain and the suffering. When we really start to look for God, then at some point, God's going to reveal God's self in that. And that's where we'll get in touch with that wonderful, deep, sacred loving, because that is there in the darkness and the sadness and the grieving and the loss. But we have to start looking for it. So part of what I'm saying is, don't look for the positive and negative. Don't look for the pleasure or the pain. Don't look to live a happy life and avoid a sad life. That's still all polarity, and that's all you're going to get then. We've got to begin to look up to the source of loving, because see, loving embraces it all. Loving is in both polarities. And it's not until we go into the loving do we begin to experience the loving in the positive and the negative, in the joy and the sadness. One of my favorite quotes was from Khalil Gibran, where he says, I don't remember the words exactly, but basically he says that joy and sadness come from the same place. And boy, when I read that years ago, back in the 90s, when I was just a few years into this spiritual journey, that just confounded my mind. I'm like, what? And I remember that just literally hit some core, because this is when I was going through my depressions and sadness and challenges in that way. And I just could not understand that. So it really made me pay attention to the point I remember this day. And it helped me to realize, wow, I've been approaching life, this certain way. And it's funny because I'd have all my inner experiences where I'd be flying backwards. And what I didn't realize till the day I did, that in the flying backwards, it's because I was focused into the world. In other words, looking back at what happened or what could have been, or I wish it was different, so on and so forth. In fact, looking to the past, the whole thing of the story of like, don't look back. Well, that's why I was living life, by looking back. I was backing through life, in other words. And so I experienced life that way until one day I finally just realized, I said, okay, enough. I give up. I want to face where I'm going. And as soon as I made this choice inside of me, something released. I felt it. And then all of a sudden, spirit just turned me around, just like that, because of something I did in myself. I set myself free. And then spirit turned me around, and then I started flying forward in life. And from that point on, I realized I have a choice to either live life looking backwards and in other words, avoiding it, or I can turn and face life. And as I face life, now I'm being proactive and I can literally embrace it as it comes. So when I can see what I'm moving forward into, I can approach it with open arms. And if I feel a little hesitant to do that, well, then it gives me the opportunity to look at and work on what that is inside of me so I can begin to open up, like the other letter we heard, that you prepare yourself. And then in that preparation, you're able to now open up and embrace life as it comes. And then it's more of a pleasant experience, a more joyful, or at the very least, more of a perspective of adventure, the childlike nature. And that's the way I have found to live life really more joyfully. And I'm not 100%. And can we ever have that 100% here? I doubt it. Why? Because it's not set up this way. It's not set up this way. The 100% complete joy and loving and no darkness, well, that's what we're doing in this pathway. It does exist, but not in this creation. You've got to rise above this creation. That's called soul transcendence. That's called soul liberation. That's called waking up and going back into the heart of God. That's exactly why this pathway exists and why God has it set up for those souls when they're ready to come home for that reason. And if anything, Lucifer's done a good job of making it miserable enough. At some point, we're going to want to get the heck out of here because we realize there's nowhere here that we can really have that utopia that we all seek. But it does exist, just not here. So we've got to go to where it is. Just like in my talk today, I talked about we've got to come to the place, the center of the center of the center, where that exists. We've got to bring ourselves there. And that's exactly what we're doing here. But that takes action, that takes work, that takes taking responsibility, that takes really doing the loving. But if we're willing to do the loving, then we're going to get what goes with doing the loving. And that's what it boils down to.
Good. I like it.
I like it too.
Good sharing.
The loving's good stuff. Oh, the sharing. I was talking about the loving.
Yeah, the loving too.
Did that answer that, Kelsey, or is there anything more?
That was beautiful. I would say yes, and then some.
Yay. That's my name, Yeakey.
Yeakey.
Hey, I've got the keys to the kingdom. Geez, what a coincidence. That's my last name.
You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind lingering in that last one because that was a very nice energy, but yes, we're ready. We'll continue it.
Hi, Brian, Jim, and Kelsey.
Hi.
Kelsey had said in one of her talks that when we do forgiveness of anything, it is 100% that we have to forgive ourselves. My question is how a Jewish Holocaust survivor would forgive themselves of the Holocaust by doing forgiveness 100% of themselves. It seems to me that this is also a great deal of forgiveness of the Germans and also forgiveness of God. I would like you both to answer this. Also the founder of Landmark organization, Warner Erhard, would actually be the est, said, understanding is the booby prize. Would you agree or disagree with that remark? Is that the cause and the effect of the world you referred to? Thank you. Going home, your initiate.
It depends on whether you like boobies or not.
I'm just glad that they
that was
asked.
funny.
I'm just glad the question's being asked to you and not me on both accounts.
The booby prize. It's, I could say, yeah, it's true, or I could say he's an idiot. I mean, come on. To me, it's really in the eye of the beholder, right? That's my joke of it depends on whether you like boobies or not. It's in the eye of the beholder. It's all a matter of perspective, because if you only look at things like one way or a limited way, then in that limitation, you're going to miss out. The soul is here to experience this aspect of God's creation. This experience has positive and negative. So we need to experience, and not only experience it, but at some point in our experience, to embrace it all. In other words, to move into loving and accepting of it all. And that which we're challenged with, where we haven't embraced it all, is where forgiveness comes in. Okay. So that forgiveness, as Jim's written in his book, is the magic medicine. So that forgiveness now is key. But ultimately, yes, we're going to Trinity action, right? We're going to end up forgiving God, forgiving others, and forgiving ourselves. Because why? Because those are all the different experiences here. I like to say God, self, and others. We say this is a threefold path: meditation, self-study, service. So we're going to need to do all three of those aspects, okay? Forgiveness, most of the time, because we're focused out here, we've got to start where we're at. So if our focus is out here and that's where we're at, we need to start forgiveness there. So if that's the case, yes, you're going to start forgiving the Germans, okay? Since that's what we're talking about, that's where you're going to start, if that's where your focus is. So it's not about making anything right or wrong. It's just about where are you at and what's going to serve you in that moment. It always comes back to self, okay? And I'm getting there. But you've got to start where you're at to get here. So if you're there, start by forgiving them. And that includes God. If God's there, then you forgive God. If you're with God, that's a different story. But if you're in the experience of separation, well, yeah, then you forgive God just like you would forgive others. And as you eventually do the forgiveness, God and others, when that truly releases, when it's actually done, when the forgiveness is authentic and it releases, that's what I'm talking about. Because at some point it will release. You may have to do it 1,000,000 times, but at some point it'll release. When you've really done forgiveness, in other words, not just gone through the motion, not lip service, not whatever, not even as an affirmation. Affirmations help. They lead us to that point. I'm talking about at that point when it's really done, when it happens, there's a release. When it does, you release yourself from being out there and you come back to self. And then whatever's remaining in self, that's why what you just said about self-forgiveness coming back to self, because eventually there needs to be self-forgiveness, right? So we could say, okay, we've released ourselves, done forgiving God, forgiving Germans, forgiving others for whatever they've done, for they know not what to do. Doesn't matter what you say, just forgiveness to release yourself. But yet if there's still something inside of you, because ultimately you're the one there experiencing it. So if you still have a reaction, in other words, there's something to forgive or to let go of, so that you can come all the way back to the true self, the soul that is loving. It's only the soul that can truly love and accept all things, including like what you're bringing up here. Because ultimately, we're just talking about birth and death. Again, it's a matter of perspective. It's how we view it, how we see it. Full self-forgiveness. Okay, bottom line, we've got to even surrender the body. That means we've got to surrender and let go to death itself, regardless of the form in which it comes, right? The grim reaper's coming or the glorious angels coming. Whichever way, it's just an approach. Are we backing into it or facing it? In this case, probably more the Grim Reaper, but maybe there were Holocaust victims that openly embraced it and surrendered to it. I bet there was. Because usually, not usually, well, maybe usually, at some point when we realize the inevitable, we will surrender at some point, even if it's after people die and still haven't surrendered yet. But at some point they'll surrender. Jim has plenty of stories, like he started with the first question, even his own dad, and let alone family members he's talked about. Some point we'll surrender. That surrender is forgiveness. So when you know death is coming, the Grim Reaper's coming, instead of avoiding, resisting, and running from it, the day that you can open and surrender to it is the day you forgive yourself and free yourself from the illusion and the fear that death is. Did you hear that? From the illusion and fear that death is, because it's just an illusion. Death is an aspect of life that makes us believe what? It makes us feel fear. What is fear? But that which causes separation from the truth of loving. The day we surrender and forgive or let go, that opens up. In other words, the clouds part. They cannot not part. But as long as we believe and feed that fear of that illusion, we keep the clouds there. That's how powerful we all are. We have the power to keep ourselves in bondage, and we have the power to free ourselves, totally based on our beliefs, on our perceptions, our attention, our intentions, all of that. Complete surrender is complete forgiveness. So in other words, when we can forgive ourselves for our fear, when we can forgive ourselves for judging others for what they are doing, when we can forgive ourselves for not surrendering, when we can forgive ourselves for avoiding and resisting, when we can forgive ourselves for holding all of these belief systems as true, when we just can forgive ourselves for creating all of that, is when we set ourselves free. And I really mean this, literally the inner clouds that shroud our true awareness of the reality. This is what needs to take place. And we won't see that, we won't believe it, we won't understand it until we do that. You know the whole phrase, seeing is believing? But then what we've learned over the years, believing is seeing. It's like that. You've got to enter in proactively and face it with that intention, and then take action moving forward, called now doing the self-forgiveness as well as forgiving others and God. But you've got to come back to self, because we, the self, are the creator of our experience and the experience of our experience. In other words, the way we perceive our experience. That's the key. So when you can forgive yourself for having created the way you see your experience or others' experience, that's what will release you, where you can see the truth of the divine behind all of it. It's like Jim sharing To Be or Not to Be, the Shakespeare play. That's a good talk. That's actually a CD in there. All of it, life's but a stage, right? Well, that's just what I'm talking about. So this is your stage on your theater of life, that you've got your play running the way you're seeing all this in the Holocaust. And if you can start to see it's all of a play, but behind it, the play is just an illusion, right? It's not real life. See, this whole physical creation is a play. It's not real life. But we've got to come to that awareness. And the only way to come to that is really to do the forgiveness, to change our perspective. And that is done through what? Meditation, self-study, and service, literally. In other words, it's the same thing we've been saying all along. The day you actually do it, and I mean do it, I don't mean, like I said, you may have to do forgiveness a million times, but the day you actually do it, in other words, it actually happens, is the day you'll actually really, truly know. And that's exactly what you want. That's why you're asking the question. That's what we all want. That's why we're all here asking these questions. And it's just a matter of time. Until then, it's like the first, or that one letter of preparation. We could call this preparation H. For every pain in our ass, there is the preparation H, U. Hugh is the answer for all the pains in our asses. There's my bad humor. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Well, a key to what it is you're looking at and working on is forgiveness. And then who do you forgive? What do you forgive? How do you forgive? When do you forgive? Do you forgive? And forgiveness really is the key here in many ways. A good example is I was with a lady who daughter was killed by a drunk driver, and she was not an initiate, but she had come to me for counseling about her daughter's death, and this was 3 years after the death and the event, and she just could not find it inside of her to forgive him because of what he did, because he should have known better, and she had all these reasons. And I said, and she was upset because he in prison asked to meet her and to talk to her and to come and be honest with him. And she was afraid to do so because she thought, in all honesty, she would rather kill him than talk to him. And I said, if you could go down and ask him for your forgiveness, ask him to forgive you, and leave it at that. Just say, could you forgive me? And see what he has to say. I bet you'd begin to see how to forgive him. Because the key will be in how he is forgiving you. He will tell you how to forgive him. And she said, that doesn't make any sense. I'll look crazy doing that. And I said, then look crazy. Because sometimes you've got to go crazy to get out of all this stuff. You really do. So go and be crazy and let people judge it for what it is. You being honest, you being truthful. And all you're doing is asking him how to forgive him by saying, can you forgive me? And he'll tell you really directly how to forgive him. So she asked me if I would go, but then she found out that I couldn't go because no other visitors were going to be allowed in the room. And so I drove her down there, and she went into the prison and met with him. And actually, she came out quite a bit later than I thought she would have come out. And she said that afterwards she went to the chapel and just sat in the chapel for a long time. And while she was sitting in the chapel, he came in unexpected. And she said, and that's when we really talked. And she said, he told me how to forgive him by telling me how he could forgive me. And she went into it in some depth. But the key was She just needed to find compassion, caring, understanding for him the way he found it for her. He said that he really went into so much guilt and blame and anger with himself that he hated himself. He just wanted to kill himself. He didn't want to live anymore because of what had happened and what he had done to others. And he just wanted to end it all, not have to feel it anymore. And he said, you know, I found my way out of it. I found my way out of it. I had to forgive myself. I had to forgive all the events in my life that led me into drinking, that led me into this attitude of my life that ended up making me do all these things and harm people. And once I forgave myself, a lot changed, and I could be with myself, and I could be with others, and I could understand others for what they were going through in a way I couldn't before. So we each have to find that way to forgive. But the real, for me, the real action of forgiveness is forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself for whatever that is inside of you that is causing you to put the blame on others. There was a lesson in there for you to experience. And some people came out of the Holocaust dead and lost the opportunity of learning the lesson. And others learned lessons and were able to apply them in their lives after they got out and really stand free. And others just continued to put blame on others. So I would say that's something to look at and see. Is there something here for me to do within myself in the way of forgiveness? Forgiving myself for my judgments, my fears, my beliefs, my way of doing, and see if I can find the compassion in it all to begin to free myself and then to free others because of my freedom. I don't know if that'll make sense, but it's something that I did discover, and it really was quite remarkable. And I will say the whole thing with Werner Erhard, he didn't understand or believe about the path of liberation. He knew about it, and he had the opportunity of even doing it, but he did not believe in it, and he thought it was, just, I don't know what he thought about, but he didn't want to do it. And so his life was limited in his beliefs in just the world itself, the mind, the emotions, and so on, and not about anything about spirit. And I can say that only because I know he spent he spent a month living with someone who was on this path of liberation and learned a great deal about it. And he had gone there because he was finding that Est was getting a lot of bad negative comments, and a lot of people withdrawing from Est now, not going to it. And he needed to change Est in order for it to survive. And he went to this person to learn what it was that he might be able to change to have it different. And it was after that month that he went with his group and they redid Est into Forum. And that's part of what he learned there himself was compassion. Compassion, caring, listening. Not yelling, not demanding, but listening and having compassion with people. So that's my input.
All right.
Okay.
What do you think, Kels? Too much information or not enough?
Beautiful. Just the right amount.
Good answer.
Okay. Aloha, Jim and Brian. Thank you for the rich experience this morning. In meditation, I had an inner experience that my truck was dumped on the bottom of the ocean. My passenger was concerned that we would die. I said, if we were dropped down here, we will be lifted up, and I waited to be lifted. Nothing happened, and I realized I had to break a window to get out of the truck. When I did, I floated up to the light. I would appreciate any insights. The two talks, quote unquote, felt particularly good today. I was able to stay in the flow of loving during them. Thanks for always being there and supportive. Much love.
Well, to me, I would say it's a very simple statement. Always be in action, always take action. It's the ones that take action inwardly or outwardly or both that come out with greater understanding and clarity, freedom, whatever it might be. Until the man took action and broke the window to get out, he was just sitting there waiting. And it reminds me of the story of the man who was caught in a flood, and he got up on the roof of the house and he kept praying to God, God, please save me. You've got to save me. And he knew somehow God would save him. And a boat came by and he said, no, that's okay. God's going to save me. And so the boat went on and another boat came by and he said, no, God's going to do it. God's going to do it. And the boat went on. And slowly but surely the water rose until he drowned. And he went to God and he yelled at God and said, why didn't you save me? I knew you were going to save me. And he said, look, I did my best. I sent 2 different boats at different times and you said no to both of them. What was I to do? So it's like we have to take our action too and be realistic about it. So I can give you another example. I had cancer and I was expecting a spiritual healing because I was told I was to stay. And so I thought, okay, if I'm supposed to stay, then I need a spiritual healing because I don't want to go through all the other stuff that chemotherapy and all. But Spirit kept saying, no, this is a physical karma and it's a physical healing that you need. And so after a long, drawn-out process of me demanding, asking, complaining to God, I finally got a message that says, okay, this is the last time. You either go and get a doctor and start the treatments, or you'll be here pretty quick. And so I went and got the treatments, and that's why I'm here today. That's back when I was 26. So a few years ago.
If you had gone, you probably would have been back here at 26 years old now.
Maybe so.
So I hope that message clear. And just to sum it up from my perspective, the symbology when I hear an inner experience like that, it's, to me, the vehicle is your consciousness and the water is like this physical creation. That's why we call it the lake of reflection. So to me, it was also showing you that your vehicle here is sinking, which is the soul coming from the spiritual realms into this creation. And kicking out the window is also here, the spiritual eye, because the soul, when it's in the physical consciousness, rests behind this surface, if you will, the opening of the door or the window. And so we're back here in our cave or in the vehicle. And so here it is sinking into this creation. But when we're ready to really save ourselves is when we will now leave In other words, do the meditation, get out of body, the radiant form can come and get you and bring you up into the light above the water. So to me, that inner experience or dream could definitely symbolically, symbolize or whatever this experience, or actually be a very direct spiritual experience, let alone symbolic of that action as well. And it can mean other very similar things, but I'm getting to a kind of like a core of the spiritual action in this particular case so that people understand, because this is very common across many different forms, but this is a nice clear one. You kicking out the window is you opening the spiritual eye here. Instead of just viewing through it, you're opening and now swimming through. That's the taking action. That's doing the meditation. That's you now going towards God, going towards the light. You doing your part called taking responsibility, doing the LAF, doing the meditation. That's how you now leave the physical body here, that vehicle you're in, go through that window, and then swim on up, as I'm saying today, up towards the light. In other words, the light is the sun in the sky, way above the water. So to me, that's how I would also interpret that experience that you just shared.
That's a good interpretation. That's very good.
Thanks for sharing. That's a really good one.
You're welcome.
Alrighty.
Ready.
I have to go back and forth between my screens, so that's why there's a tiny delay. Okay, hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Beautiful morning, thank you all. My first question is, will we get the recording from Tuesday night? Loved Jim's meditation and would like to add to my morning routine. So this must be a central person.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yes. Actually, that's good. Can Kelsey and Tanya, can you make note of that? That maybe tomorrow or Tuesday we can talk about. I don't remember what we did if we.
Usually we send the link out to the community.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's go ahead and just send the link for the whatever we call the community. I forget this region or whatever that we did the sharing and Q&A for.
Okay.
That'd be perfect. Thank you. So yes is the answer to your question. This next week.
Yes. Also, do aliens have souls? Any further info on this subject would be appreciated. Enjoy and loving.
Yes and no, but go ahead.
Yes, they do. They're evolving just as we are. And they're in a different evolutionary process than we are. And they're on a different timeline than we are, but they are evolving. And I can say through my own experience that on at least one other planet, there is a spiritual teacher on that planet teaching this pathway all the time. And I was actually told by this one that it's unlike the Earth. The Earth, every time somebody stands up who is really doing this pathway, they kill them in some form or other, or they put them away so nobody can hear them. And but he said on their place, their planet, they honor that teacher. And when that teacher finishes up, then the next one who takes over that position comes in, and they have for eons been following this pathway. And it's a place where liberation is very well talked about, believed in, and sought after. And so he said it's not the same on every planet. And on your planet, it's one way, on our planet, it's another, and elsewhere, it's even different. But there's always a pathway of liberation for souls that are ready to go home. So there. So yes, they do have souls. Now, there are,
This is where I said the yes and no. So go ahead, just share that, just so it's out there.
there are some that people are thinking are beings, and they're really robotic, and they don't have a soul. They are attached to one being that has a soul, but they are a robot, and they live in harmony with the one that does have a soul, and are doing the bidding of that humanity to educate, to hire, raise up everything higher, whatever, without having people having to travel so far. A robot can live for a long time. It can be exposed to a lot of different hazards that we would not be able to survive. So there's a lot of them out there that are robotic and not a fully functioning being.
They're often called programmed life forms.
Yeah.
They're actually a biological synthetic material, like 3D printing. It's actually biological, but it doesn't have a soul. It's more like a very highly advanced artificial intelligence. It's as if you could take your cell phone, but it was somehow wired to your brain and telepathically be able to work with that robot, just like you would like a drone, control it and see it through the camera, kind of like that, but literally through highly advanced, like a mental telepathy type of a thing, work with them through that.
And there is intelligence in that drone, or some
Android, they call
Android,
them
yeah.
sometimes.
But there's no soul in it.
That's why some people can say it's weird, because they can be aware of kind of a presence, but yet not fully there. It's very strange. I'm just saying that because we've actually experienced before on other
Yeah.
levels, not,
It's empty.
yeah,
It's an emptiness.
kind of empty. It's just very highly advanced technology that, we're not accustomed to here. All right.
Well, I've seen a few people that might be one.
Okay, you can go ahead and do the next one, Kelsey. I'm going to be listening, but I'm going to use the restroom a sec, but I'll be right back.
All right, dreams to interpret, please. I had a strange dream. Would like some insight, please. I was at an island retreat and someone said Barbie is here. We need to go see her new baby. Everyone was so excited and started running to see Barbie's new baby. I just watched them and thought what they are doing. I don't care about seeing Barbie or her new baby. I just want to stay in retreat. Then I woke up. I chose God over Barbie's baby, right? Laugh
That's
out
right. That's right. You did.
loud.
That's very good. If anything, it's just letting you know that you're now choosing not to get caught up in the world when it tries to present itself to you. You're keeping God first, and that's beautiful. And that's really the way this pathway really does work to its fullest.
Okay, so that's the more to it. That was her question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not to judge yourself for watching Barbie.
What?
He said, and tell Kelsey not to judge herself for watching Barbie.
Yeah, I love Barbie. And then tell Brian to not judge himself for watching Barbie too.
That's right. I will.
Another one, a lion was chasing me and two other animals. Came face to face with the lion and he was roaring at me. I woke up. What does the lion represent?
Well, the lion is that which is in the world and is ever trying to take us back into the world. And the roaring at you is just that. It's the energy of the world trying to call you back. And if, we just need to not avoid, but just ignore that roar of the lion and just pay attention to that sound of God.
let's be a little more direct. The lion represents Lucifer. It's the animal nature. And the lion is called the king of the jungle. Well, that's Lucifer is the king of this jungle, physical creation. The good news, and why I wanted to say be direct, is because when you start coming to that level of confronting that, that's also saying that you've really progressed along the pathway very well, where you're now starting to directly confront that level of fear. And then it means that you're that close to getting free of it. That's the good news. That's why I'm wanting to say this, because a lot of people can interpret scary or negative or whatever experiences like this in a way that you think you're doing something wrong or holding back or letting fear get you, all that. It's like, no, it's just you're getting that close to now what's been running unconsciously in every consciousness here in this creation. In other words, if that is there, like say at the top of the mind, and you're on your way out, you've got to now come face to face with Lucifer in one way, shape, or form, often symbolized in the lion and that roar to create the fear. And then what do we have to do? We've got to love and accept and embrace that fear so that it just dissolves. So fear will no longer have control or power over us, in other words. So you're confronting that now. That's like a big step. So as you keep progressing now, keep doing your meditation, the spiritual pathway here, you're just that confrontation now, you're going to just move on through that and just keep working with that energy until the day you'll just literally just see the lion maybe walking up and down the shoreline of this world or creation, which is like the physical shoreline of the sea of life or the mental realm up there. And you'll be free of it because you'll have now moved beyond it. So that's a really wonderful place you're at, and a big step in really getting your spiritual liberation. So I just wanted to put that out there because that's a really significant, wonderful place to be. That can be a real turning point where most people would run the other way. But as an initiate, you have that power of the sacred name in you that's going to actually, through the grace of that, carry you through and beyond all that. So I'll look forward to hearing any follow-up experiences after this.
Yeah, really.
Because it'll happen. This is the good stuff. And I'm going to make another note here. Some of you have watched different movies in the past, like Narnia. Was that the name of it?
Yeah, Narnia.
Where they made the lion be like Christ and big. How can I put this? It's a good example of true being misled or misunderstanding that whatever Christian faith has looked at the lion as the king or Christ figure because they look at it as courageous. Well, it's true. It's courageous, powerful, and all that, but they don't realize what that really is. But this is how Lucifer's really fooled most of the world that's not ready to get liberated yet. It's as simple as that. That literally, that's Lucifer that people believed is the Christ form. And a lot of people have been fooled. And that's just how it works in this world until the soul's really ready to start now walking the path of liberation. So I just share that information here because most of the people listening here are really looking to get liberated. So that's kind of good information for disciples on this pathway to be aware of, so that if you ever come up in that in your own dreams and our experiences and all, you start to realize the truth of that so that you can just acknowledge it, love it, forgive it, let it go, and keep on going. So you don't get misled or misinterpret something like most people do in the world. It's just the way it works. Not good, not bad, just the way it works. Okay. Was that just the right amount of information too, Kelsey?
Sorry, I muted. There is more to this email. One
Okay.
more dream. Fire was consuming everything. No one stopped the destruction. I was just observing it and watching the flames get bigger and bigger. I was not scared. Thanks so much for your insight. I don't usually remember my dreams, and these seemed significant. So, thanks so much and loving to all. I'm so grateful for this path and all of you.
Perfect. There you go. Hellfire and brimstone. There's the king of the jungle, Lucifer's lion, and then the fire, you know. It's so funny, like it's hot as hell or cold as hell, one or the other. So you saw the hot as hell version of hell, and the king of hell is the lion. So perfect. I'm glad to hear that. You got the more full experience then. And the very fact that you weren't afraid, well, that's a demonstration of what I literally just covered about facing the fear that the lion represents and the surrounding, like the pit of hell or the hellfire and brimstone type of stuff. That once you start overcoming that fear, you're on your way to freedom and liberation. So congratulations, keep on trucking. Good stuff.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, next one. Question about a meditation. At the end of meditation the other day, I saw 4 figures in alternating red and white. It was like a managed, manger. It was like a manger scene. Manger. It was like a manger scene where there was from left to right a red baby next to a white Virgin Mary. Then on the right side of the scene was a red female figure and a white male figure. They were just figures or silhouettes, not really detailed human facial features or bodies. It was just a still image that I focused on for just a short while at the end of meditation.
Right?
Really? You want me to? You'd give a better interpretation, but
Well, the red is power, whether it be a baby or a human adult or whatever. It's a form of power. And the white is really the spiritual clarity, the purity, the clarity of consciousness, that type of energy. And the fact that one was like the Virgin Mary and the baby like the Christ, and the Christ was red and the Christ was white and the Virgin Mary was red. Was that right?
vice versa.
Vice versa? I'm just asking, you know that for
Yeah.
sure? Okay.
White female and Virgin Mary and red baby, right, Kelsey?
Correct.
Okay. So to me, that would represent on that side of it, the spiritual maturity assisting the child coming in with power, but learning about what to do with that power so that it can really mature into a spiritual being and not just get caught up in the world. Because the red energy of itself will create storms in the world, create havoc in the world, create problems in the world. But when it's mixed with the white, it then becomes a loving energy, a caring energy, and it's spiritualized. On the other side, what was what red and what was white.
The female was now red
Okay.
and a white male figure on the right side.
Okay, so it wasn't a baby. Okay. So
No. Originally, there was on the left, there was a red baby next to a white Virgin Mary.
yeah.
Yeah. On the right, it was just a female figure that was red and a white male figure.
Okay. So that's about the adult, if you will, or having to find the balance. If you put the red and the white together, you get pink, which is loving. And to me, it's saying that in us we both have the male and the female polarities, the masculine and the feminine polarities, and it's up to us to join them together into a harmonizing energy that works together with each other. And I think it's trying to show that that's what's going on with this person, is that they're looking to find and understand power. They may be struggling with power in the world and loving in the world. And how do you deal with the power, and how do you handle that with the loving? But I can't say for sure of it.
You can't say for sure, because I'm going to answer the other part and why I wanted Jim to do it first, because this would be much nicer than mine. Kelsey, can you read the last sentence of that experience, what they said
Yeah.
about the actual scene?
They were just figures or silhouettes, not really detailed human facial features or bodies. It was just a still image that I focused on for just a short while at the end of meditation.
That's the point I want to say. That still image tells me it's part of your imagination. There's no real life to it. And that's where I'm careful when these types of things show up, and people hate me saying this, because some of these types of experiences are just your imagination. In other words, you're looking at something that's not real. It's based upon a belief system, a fantasy, thoughts, or whatever that you've created out of information you've heard. So that's why I said it doesn't sound nice. But at some point, we've got to be honest with ourselves when we're creating things or imagination, or if it's actually something real. In other words, it has more of a spiritual essence to it. So I would really highly recommend taking a look at the information you're taking in. It doesn't matter if it's us or if it's other metaphysical stuff or whatever it is, and what you're doing with it inside. Because if we're taking in information and then imagining and creating things out of our imagination, that's not going to serve us. And that's why people have gotten mad at me in the past for saying these types of things. I need to say these things to take responsibility for what we're doing here, because I don't want any of our disciples to mislead themselves, and I'm not going to support that. And the fact that it's, again, just an image. Don't worship images, false idols, even though they may appear real. They're not. We've got to let go of our interpretations, perceptions, fantasies, imaginations, visualizations, and all that. In any information we've heard, we've got to drop it all and move with the living, loving essence itself, and let it bring us into the experience. And that's the key. Those are nice visuals. Don't get me wrong. It's like a nice affirmation, nice visual, great information like Jim's sharing, but we want it to be alive. We want it to be moving. We want it to be a living, loving essence. That's the key in all of this. So if it's not in a movement like that, it's not the living, loving essence. It's a false image. Nothing wrong with that, but you want to pay attention so that you are aware of what you're doing and what's going on inside, so you don't mislead yourself of thinking something's real when it's not. Because we've got to have a level of discernment in ourselves to be able to set aside that which is an illusion, so that we can open the doors to now be open to discover the truth, that which is living. Okay? So I hope that's understood. And I hope I delivered it in a way that
No, that was good.
was,
It's, don't give your power away to other things.
yes.
All righty. Kelsey, Jim, and Brian, I have two questions, one mostly for me and one mostly for a friend I've been sharing with about the sound and light path. And it is sacred. I added that in. One, when I described having found Jim as a teacher, my seeker friend asked, "How do you find your spiritual teacher?" I've heard Jim's description of this somewhere in the past, how he went to India to try to connect with a teacher there, but was told that he would have initiated him, but that he wasn't his teacher and so couldn't do so. Jim eventually found the teacher he was looking for far away from there in Egypt. Can one or both of you share a bit about how one connects to their spiritual teacher, assuming they have such a connection?
Well, from my experience, it's God leads you to the teacher, and the teacher will appear in your life when it's time for you to go in that direction. Up until then, you have certain karmas to work through, certain lessons to experience, and certain processes to go through. So when the time is right, as they say, the teacher will appear. And so just be patient and keep listening, keep looking, keep listening, and don't ignore, but pay attention, because sometimes it doesn't sound right at first, it doesn't sound clear at first, but if you keep checking into it fully, you'll find out that maybe this is the pathway or that is the pathway. You'll find it if you're meant to be marked and with initiation and go home.
Yeah, for me, I wasn't even looking, let alone interested in anything spiritual or metaphysical or anything. Something inside of me just woke up. It just shifted and moved. And that started me looking for what happened inside of me. It was very evident. Even the people around me noticed. They're like, "Brian, what's going on with you?" You know? And I literally remember telling my friends in college at the time, I was in my last semester, I was like, "I don't know, something changed in me." Literally, it's like something changed in me and I don't know what it is. And that started me now in the search for answers to like what changed in me. And very, very quickly, within 3 months, literally just showing up, like I was working at this place and a new person walked in and we just started having a conversation. And it was one of those magical conversations. And they told me, about this seminar and spiritual stuff, and something inside of me just knew, go to that. And I did. And that was the beginning of my introduction to the path of sound and light. And so I just followed it to this day. Now, along that journey, I started seeking and looking at all kinds of stuff. But all those other things came and went. They were like a curiosity, a curiosity. I'd go and check it out, participate maybe once or a few times, but then there was nothing, there's no real connection to keep going with it. The only thing that there remained constant connection that has never ended to this day is this path of sound and light. So that's how it works for me. Because I know many people can search and read all kinds of books, go to all kinds of different people, groups, churches, this and that, because they're searching. But the way we know is when there's something that answers something in you where you just stay with it and follow through. That to me is the main thing, is that follow through. Like when somebody's really meant for this pathway, we'll hear things like, "Oh my God, I feel like I'm home. I found my spiritual family," so on and so forth. There's some inner knowing that people have, and that's the indicator. And of course, the longevity. You'll know because you just know, and you'll just keep following through with that. Until that actually happens, it's just a continual search until that does happen, however that is for a person, no matter how that looks. Because I know people who will start looking around because somebody told them to, or this or that. And then it's not really an authentic experience of their own. It's got to come from within the person's true own sincere desire in pursuit of it. But even that can take many years even before finding that teacher where they really connect for that longer term. The main thing is just to keep supporting people in their journey and their search. That's what we do. Even people who aren't marked for the path this lifetime, we'll just support them and encourage them to keep looking and to keep pursuing where they feel drawn towards, because we know each step of the way is supporting every soul on its own, individual journey. And there's nothing wrong with sharing anything, whether it's ILM or anything else out there. It's just, supporting people wherever they're at. And then it's up to them to, follow through and pursue and check things out to find out where they, feel comfortable, where they feel connected. And that's their journey of discovery. So you can always introduce, anything you want to people. Just, make it easy on yourself and don't try to sell them on anything, this pathway or anything. Just introduce them and say, well, here's what I've done. Here's my experience, just like we just shared here. And then let people choose themselves.
And we've had a few people who came and felt like this was their pathway, but they still needed something else. And so they went and got involved in the psychic or mediumship or whatever. And then a few years later, they come back and say, okay, I'm ready now. I just needed to have that experience.
My friend also asked the following: how do you tell the difference between intuition and overthinking? Clearly, this is a mental issue, but there might be a spiritual component to it. I'm curious as well, given how much overthinking I've done in my life. Thank you.
For me, intuition is when I just had an inner knowing and I would just follow through on it and have an experience. Overthinking is when I could have an intuitive nudge, but then I would sit there and dwell on it. Instead of taking action and follow through, I would just dwell on it. And then I'd let my mind and my imagination run. I mean, to me, it's that simple. And, that's the thing, you can overthink anything. You can have, like I just said, you can have the intuition, but then you start now mentalizing it. So if you're still not sure, like what I'm saying, you check it out. If you get an intuition about something, follow through and have your experience. That's the main way to know the difference. Until you do that, I don't know how else. Otherwise, you're just going to keep mentalizing it. The biggest action, that is the action. The biggest step or thing to do, most important thing, is to take action. Otherwise, it's just the mental masturbation, as people call it. That's what I used to do a bit. That's why I would be in depression. And that's why all those years in the 90s, Jim kept saying to me, take action, the go get the job thing, take action. And that's literally what took me out of my depression, let alone all that mentalizing process. So it's called follow your intuition, or maybe I should say follow through with your intuition, and then you'll learn through your experience. And it's the experience that's really the answer through all of this. Otherwise, you'll take the information we're even saying now and just keep mentalizing that. You've got to test it, experiment with it. That's where you've heard me in the past talk about make an experiment. Do an experiment. When you get one of those intuitions or what you think is an intuition, follow through with it and see what your experience is. That'll give you feedback right away, and then no thinking is required. Your experience will let you know whether that was something that was really on course, or was it just your imagination or your thinking that created it, that maybe you interpreted as an intuition, but it was just your overthinking something. Because it goes both ways, obviously. In other words, we can think something so much that we can create an energy and put it out there that all of a sudden we meet up with the energy we put out there and we think it's an intuition when it's really just a thought form we put out, and we just finally caught up with it. Anything you'd like to say around all that?
No, no,
Hopefully that was enough.
it was. It was enough for me.
Dream interpretation. Dear Jim and Brian, I had a similar kind of dream situation 2 days in a row during our last meeting and would like your feedback. 1. On the first day in my dream, I was in a vehicle pressing the brakes and having trouble stopping. Then I was waking up to find myself moving my foot in bed. The next day in my dream, we lost electricity, but as I was waking up, I felt my fan blowing on me and I realized we didn't lose electricity. If you could help me understand this, I would appreciate it. Should I keep going or?
I guess so, unless Jim had something to say.
There's one more dream.
Okay.
I also had a dream this morning where I was in a hotel room with my family on the 40th floor, and there was the elevator door in our room along with another door next to it. I opened the second door to see that it led straight down 40 flights, and I was so annoyed as to why they would place a door there, so I reminded my family not to use that doorway. Then I took the elevator downstairs. It was such a vivid dream and was still a bit upset about that door when I woke up that I thought there might be some significance. Thank you so much to both of you and Kelsey for all that you do. Much loving.
Well, I think the first dream with the brakes, I think it's trying to tell you, pay attention. Maybe in your life, you're applying the brakes when you don't really need to. And, or trying to slow yourself down or whatever, because to me, it sounds like it's just telling you that as in the dream, as in the world, maybe you're applying the brakes when you don't really need to. Anything on that? Nope,
Not yet. Go ahead.
not yet. Okay. And then what was the second one?
Electricity. So in the dream, loss of electricity, but woke up to the fan, realizing she hadn't lost electricity.
Yeah, so I just think to understand also that the dreams are sometimes just dreams. They're just about whatever needs to be worked out in the dream state, but not necessarily about the world. And not to expect that you have a dream and then the world's going to match it, because that's not usually the case. The dreams are really us working things out in the dream state, karmas, consciousness, balancing, all of that. And it doesn't often show up in the world like that.
And I'd say too, if there's like no electricity, to me, electricity is a way to give life or animations for something. So to me, if there's no electricity, whatever that connection was, is no longer there. And this world is a like an electromagnetic world polarity. So to me, when I hear there's no electricity, to me, that's saying that some type of karma is being released. There's no more electromagnetic charge holding it to you. So I would look at that as a good thing of you just probably got free of something.
Very good.
And then that last part, the elevator and the family.
Yeah.
Part of it to me is you're in a higher floor. To me, it's saying you've risen higher up in the realms, and also your karmic learning in that way. But also it's saying pay attention, because that other, where there's a doorway where it's a fall straight down, saying, because as long as we're in the world, no matter how high we go, we can still fall. You can't, in other words, you can't, just because you've been initiated, or just because you meditate, or you can't assume anything, that everything's going to be fine. You've got to ever be vigilant, ever pay attention. I mean, how much do you hear us all the time say, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention, for that reason? Because if you don't, you can get distracted, you could be fooled, you can mislead yourself, somebody else can mislead you. You're not paying attention, you walk through the wrong door, you take a great fall. That can all happen. But if it does happen, it's all part of the learning, because you never die. You just maybe have a painful experience. That's really the truth. So to me, it's just saying, whatever you're learning with your family, you've learned a lot, and you've got to pay attention so you don't fall now and just assume what you've learned, it's done. You can't do it once and expect it to be done, because if that's the case, you could fool yourself, walk through that door, and now you're going to fall, and then you're all at the bottom and now feel like you're starting over. So if you don't want that experience, it's called pay attention and keep following through with whatever you had been doing to get to that high floor, and keep doing it so you keep going higher. It's like what you've heard us talk about in this pathway, soul transcendence. You not only want to get to soul, you want to go beyond the soul, because that way when you look down, you're going to see, just, you're not going to go lower than the soul realm. Where if you're just into the soul realm and you look down, you can still look down to this creation. In other words, looking, that's literally what you're saying about looking through that door that just falls all the way down 40 stories. So literally you can enter into soul realm and look down, and boom, there you go. That's why you want to ever be vigilant and keep focused. Always God first, God only, God first, God only. I know a lot of people want to just do something once and think it's done, and it's not. It's a progressive building, accumulation of keep practicing, keep doing the LAF, keep doing your meditation, so that you just propel yourself. Even at the last breath, you're not stopping. That last breath, you're just continuing now. You're not thinking, wow, it's done, because you could just right on your last breath think, oh, it's done, I don't have to do anything more. And then all of a sudden you're not paying attention and you fall through back down to bottom floor. Don't get me wrong, if that actually happened, you're going to be able to get up there a lot quicker, just because of all the experience you had to get up there in the first place. You're going to learn and ascend probably pretty quickly. But hey, why not have to have that experience at all, because you're willing to keep following through with what you've been doing and ever vigilant, paying attention. That's how I'd kind of look at that.
Yeah.
And you?
That's good. Very good.
What do you think, Kels?
I
that-
don't. I don't think.
Intuitively, did that sound all right?
I like the significance of the 40 floors.
Yeah, that's getting up there a ways, isn't it?
The number 40, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. But eventually, you obviously want to get to the very top floor, because 40 floors is high up there. But if you got 400 floors, it's only 10% of the way. So it's all a matter of perspective, right?
Well, you know, 40 days, 40 nights, you know, 40,
yes.
40 just shows, that's what I meant, that 40 shows up a lot in the spiritual teachings.
Very true. Thanks for saying that, actually.
In Kabbalistic tradition, 40 means it takes as long as it takes.
There you go.
Love that. That's true acceptance and surrender.
Exactly.
For real.
Okay, next one. We have two more. Hi, everyone. Thank you all so much for a beautiful class and wonderful sharings. It's so beautiful being back in the energy with you all. I was wondering if you could help me with an experience, please. Inner experience. I'm walking through silvery white waters, and I'm standing on the horizon in front of the white sun that shows the outline of a door. I open the door and step into another silvery white body of water. It's very still here. There's a swan in front of me, but it is spinning for, sorry, for Furiously. Furiously. Thank you. Spinning furiously around and around in a circle. I understand that this swan is sick, and I am here to assist it. I walk towards the swan and put my hands out to hold it and stop it spinning. I hold its head and neck in my hands, and the swan looks at me like it's saying, mercy. So I ask Spirit to help me, to please come into the swan to help calm the swan and help it move up towards God. Then I feel and hear the swan's neck break, and I just start crying. I don't know if it was Spirit or the swan that moved up, but it was definitely something that moved. My tears are neither happy nor sad. I'm just on my knees holding the swan and come out of the experience. With heartfelt gratitude, your loving initiate.
Want me to start? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to me, when I hear silvery white, this to me is dealing with the subconscious mind, subconscious. And so to me, this is saying it's working things out in your imagination. Because the soul, as we know, can symbolize, I mean, the swan can symbolize the soul, but in this case, it's not actually the soul. One, the soul you can't break its neck. You can't, in a soul realm, there's no way. That's like impossible. So that's in your subconscious. In other words, how the imagination is interpreting something you've heard around the soul and the swan as far as the symbolism. This is kind of like the other experience somebody had when I talked about imagination. There's a similar thing, even though there's movement. To me, this is your subconscious working out whatever your interpretation or perceived understanding of the spiritual symbolism and the actions and the things and the realms and all that you've heard us talk about. And these are all the things we all have to walk through, is our imaginations, our belief systems, our emotions. This is all part of the things we all have to walk through. And this is also why it's important to not give even the full-on spiritual experiences that are real and direct, is to not give power to these things and make them everything. We want to make God first, God only, regardless of our experience. So that's about God and our soul, loving God and allowing God to love us. So in other words, whether experience is real or our imagination, no matter what realm it's on, no matter what level it's on, it's always moving towards God, no matter what experiences we have or move through. Okay? That's the most important thing, because I've done this myself and I've seen a lot of others. We can tend to get caught up in our inner experiences, and we get so caught up in those inner experiences, we try to make something of them. It's that trying to make something of them that, in a sense, can cause confusion and distraction and disturbance inside of ourselves, because by doing that, we can try to build a level of importance or specialness or whatever, and it's imaginary. That's what I'm saying, and that holds us back. So also being in the subconscious, it's just, to me, a symbolism of something that your consciousness is going through in your journey and your healing process. So not to look at it, because there's other places. My guess would be either you've taken something we've shared or you've read something from other places, like about uh, soul healing, soul retrieval, soul whatever, or that type of a thing. And this is how it's unfolding inside in the subconscious, which is great because that's where we work out a lot of things. A lot of things are worked out in the subconscious and unconscious. But ultimately, none of that matters. What matters is we just keep loving God and allowing God to love us. Focus on that sacred name. Let God's grace through the sacred name bring us home and do the work, whatever we need. And sometimes we're just better off doing that rather than even listening to anything I just said. Because what I just said, in a way, doesn't matter. And if it causes any reaction or upset or trying to figure things out more, then it didn't really do any good. It did it then. I mean, that's true. I'm just saying that because I've done a lot of that, especially in the 90s when I was learning all this stuff. Oh my God, what I did. And Jim saw me go through how I did a lot of things I didn't need to do and created myself that caused a lot of angst and depression and upset and whatever, just because of what I did in myself with my inner experiences or my interpretation of things. That's what I'm trying to say, speaking from personal experience. Your turn.
I have nothing else to say. That's good.
That's good. You have nothing else to say?
It's very good. I have nothing else to say.
Okay.
It's a good experience. Learn from it, move forward. Don't hold on to it because it was just a momentary movement of energy. And don't give it just a lot of credit. Just be thankful for it and move on.
Amen to that. I wish I had done a lot more of that.
Yeah, really.
I'll say one last thing. See, some of these, I should say a lot of these inner experiences we have when we meditate or dream state or whatever, most of it is really just for those levels it's on. It's just karma's being worked out on all these levels that has nothing to do with the physical level. And so we don't want to bring it back and try to somehow apply it to our life. That's what I did. I tried to take all these inner experiences, somehow physicalize them. And that's where I created all these problems for myself. So that's kind of what I was trying to say is, don't do that to yourself if you don't need to. You know, I wish I hadn't done that, a lot of the stuff I did. That's why I'm kind of saying that the way I'm saying it, just to,
Don't
Sure.
complicate it.
yeah, exactly. There you go.
Make it simple.
Yeah.
Say thanks for the information and move on.
All right.
Okay, our final Q&A.
Okay. Good timing, I guess, huh?
Yeah, great timing. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, today's meditation was juicy and magnificent. The talks were epic. Thank you very much, as always.
I like those words. Juicy, epic, and magnificent.
Question. Since the recent passing of my father, it's like the loving glue that held the family all together has dissolved, and each person is either waking up and evolving or regressing. I am seeing long held patterns with the same two family members play out, but it's like they are caught in a really stunted downward spiral of darkness. I continue to take big steps away from long held ways of doing things in the family. And the further I claim myself first and make empowering choices away from them in a clean and clear way, the more wildly liberated I feel. It's new territory for me and a little uncomfortable at times, yet it feels strangely wonderful. I want to ensure I continue to move away from them, at least for now, in the most loving way possible. My mother is aging, yet still vital and strong, and the old way would be for me to lean and hold her through her grieving process. but I'm seeing the old codependent hooks that reel me in, and an old dysfunctional cycle begins. I don't mean to make a cold break from them, but the more I am away from them in this whole new way, I feel so much lighter and almost giddy. And though I should feel guilty, I don't. It's a simple question, but would you suggest I continue to offer them up to God as the best, most loving way forward?
Of
Thank you
course.
so much.
That is the best way forward. And it's not that you're making them wrong. It's about you're going for your freedom. And that's the key. You can't be liberated in the world, but you can definitely get freedom. And it's time now, to move forward and find yourself in the midst of all this.
Amen to that. And that's a good one. Follow that giddiness. That giddiness is letting you know the inner joy that's coming up because of the freedom in all of this. And Jim's comment, about just saying I forget what it is. You can't have liberation in the world or something like that, because you can have freedom in the world, but you can have liberation. Liberation is the soul going back to the spiritual kingdom. In other words, we can be in the world, but not of the world. We can have freedom while we're here, but not liberation. As long as we're here in the world, we've got to live, in a sense, according to the laws, of Lucifer, laws of the land, I like to say here. Okay. So just keep that in mind in all of this, but definitely follow that giddiness, because that type of joy is letting you know you're moving in the direction of freedom. And believe me, the more you can do that, and it's not about even distancing yourself from the family, it's about living more and more into that, regardless if you're way away from the family or you're right next to them. It has nothing to do with actually them. It's about you living that and doing whatever you need to do to keep living into that more and more. And as you do that, there'll probably be a day where you'll be able to be around them and not affected by them the way maybe you have in the past. And so that is where having some time and space for a while can definitely help, for sure. Because when it's a newer found freedom, you want to keep reinforcing that until it becomes very anchored, and that's what you're living in now. And then when that's solid in you, then you'll be able to be around the other energies and it won't pull you back. Whereas if it's too fresh and new and it's not anchored in you, being around those energies, it might be a little bit too easy to slip back into that. So that's another way of saying you can take care of yourself and it really is okay. And the very fact that you said you don't feel guilty about it is a wonderful indicator that you're right on track. Trust that and work with that. And there will be the day, like I said, that you'll be able to be around it or whatever. You may not want to be, of course not, but you may be able to be without being affected by it like you have in the past. That's obviously real freedom. But the key here is the freedom and to support whatever that is and however you need to do that moving forward. So good for you. That's a great note to kind of wrap things up on freedom and joy like that. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Again, it's nice to hear people getting their freedoms and the joys and approaching life really more from that proactive, loving, accepting, forgiving movement forward, both into the world, but obviously especially in and up into spirit. So was there any more, Kelsey, or was that it?
That was it.
I always ask because sometimes last minute something else comes in.
Well,
Mhm.
you always want
Jim was correct.
All right. Wow. Well, what a wonderful first class of the school season.
Yeah.
Amen. Seriously, that was fun, joyful, liberating, and loving.
That's true.
That was true. What do you have to say, Professor?
God bless all of us. This is a wonderful day. Very full, very, very full. Thank you all very much. Thank you for attending and thank you for your questions. And just thank you for all your loving. This has been just a joyful day.